said can occupy the seats, right? Oliver, even you. Yeah, your banner will be moved with you. Come over to the front, yes. Please, karibuni sana. Where there's no one sitting, the seat is vacant. So don't go all the way behind. These seats are vacant. The two ladies who've just come in, yes. Here, these seats are yours. Don't hide from KERA. The only reason KERA is here today is to tell us what it is they are doing about this segment that we have barely scratched the surface. Not to audit your tax compliance. In any case, you're all compliant. Yes, absolutely. As we even comply before anyone else. Yes, yes. Okay. I think this is a good time to get started. Good morning once again. If I can get your attention now, good morning. You know, it's at these forums that people also, Vice Chairman, we were waiting for you here. Your seat is right at this table, or near Dr. Yusuf, if you like. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you very much. So before we get into the rest of the program, we would like to start with a safety brief, which will be disseminated by our host, Lenana Swiss. We have the Safety and Security Manager. Yes, kindly come and give us a safety brief. We'd like to know what would happen in the event of an emergency. And could we all please pay attention so that we know what it is that we would be required to do in the event that there is an incident.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once more. My names are Habel Okonda, Security in Charge, Suzy Lenana Mount Hotel. Please be free, be secure. Your vehicles, wherever they are parked, they are secure. Anything that you need regarding security, please don't fear. Go to reception. I will take care. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
A question before you go. In case there's a fire or anything, how do we exit?
In case of any disaster like fire or anything, the management of Suzy Lenana will take care. We have fire exits. We have where to assemble in case of anything. In case of anything, we'll assemble near the gate, near the security office gate. That's our assembly point. Are we together? Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to recap, we will exit from this door. And I'm told that there's another exit door right behind us, right behind, at the end of, well, on my extreme right. And we will end up at the gate where we have the first emergency assembly point. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first Africa Lubricants and Coolant Summit Exhibition and Training Workshop that has been hosted by the Petroleum Institute of East Africa and sponsored by our platinum sponsor, Kenya Commercial Bank. A round of applause. A better round of applause. Thank you very much. Our silver sponsor, Ola. A better round of applause. You have seen that we have a live lubes analysis mobile station, courtesy of our silver sponsor, Ola. We also have Bureau Veritas. A round of applause, please. Galana Energies. Carry on. Total Energies. And Vivo Energy. And BASF. A round of applause, please. For those of you who are joining us for the very first time, the Petroleum Institute of East Africa is the professional oil and gas industry association in the region. And our mandate is to carry out advocacy for policy and regulatory framework, as well as standards that enable those who have invested in this space to continue having the confidence to invest, and for others who haven't, to get the confidence to invest here as well. We are patronized by oil and gas practitioners, right from the typical oil marketing companies, whether they're big, medium, or small. And we also have service providers as supporters of the sector, and that's why we have the banks, like Kenya Commercial Bank. In fact, we have the 5 main banks in the region as members of Piea. We also have equipment suppliers. We have Bureau Veritas in that category, and many more, SGS. We have KEBS, etc. And we also have individual members, and these are people who have either left that line of corporate employment or people in the academia who want to have continuity in keeping abreast with the oil and gas happenings. One of the things that we do is to provide forums for interaction between our members and other stakeholders. Some key areas in our sector have barely gotten the attention that they really deserve, and one of those segments is the lubricants and coolants segment. And we really applaud those who have seen the need to not only sponsor, but to join us in presenting this first Africa conversation on lubricants. Lubricants is and coolants, and greases as well, because greases will also come up. This is the segment that we are saying as the oil and gas sector provides a great opportunity for the government to benefit from the better. And just yesterday we were having, this is the bottom-up approach economic pillar of the government. Yesterday we were at the National Treasury defending the submissions that we have made on what should be done to revive the lubricants segment. And we have done this continuously for about 6 years, preaching the same story. And we have made some gains, as some of you may know. But we want further attention where we are seeking for the actual zero rate import duty for base oils, the raw material. We have state-of-the-art manufacturing plants right in Kenya. And from the history, and I'm sure you'll hear this in the presentations, Kenya was one of the biggest exporters of lubricants that were manufactured locally. But because of poor policy support, I must say, and also regulatory support, there has been very little traction, or at least we haven't reached the optimal, but we are on the way there, and that way has been enabled by the participation of those in the lubricant segment. So you must give yourselves a clap for daring to not only nudge the government and the regulatory agencies, but to also invest in a sector that has opportunity in spite of the fact that not every support has been enabled through the policy and regulatory framework. So give yourselves a round of applause for believing in this segment, which we believe will be able to revive. As we move to cleaner fuels, and we had this conversation, or cleaner forms of energy, we will still need lubrication. We will still need coolants. So this segment is one that is, can I say, has got longevity, if we may put it that way. And it's important that we continue to make it shine and to make it understood, and to ensure that we also supply what is required into the next phases of our energy transition. And since it's not happening today, we keep saying it's a transition, we really need to get all the groundwork done now rather than later. So I will give our platinum sponsor, if they're ready now. They're not. Are you ready for, they're not ready. We were to have the platinum sponsor 5-minute remarks by Angela Mwirigi. I think we can carry on, and when she does come, we will interrupt the program briefly. Before we move on to the first session, which will be presented by Dr. James Wakiru from Dedan Kimathi University, I would like to welcome our Vice Chair, Solomon Osundwa, to just make some opening remarks. Solomon.
Thank you, Wanjiku. I want to acknowledge our platinum sponsor, KCB, our silver sponsor, Ola, our other sponsors, that's Bureau Veritas, Galana, Total, Shell, and BASF. Indeed, it's an honor and privilege just to be making the opening remarks for various reasons. I think it's a good thing to be with you here today. And the other one is I was expecting the chair to be here, so Anjiku called me this morning and asked me to come before my appointed time. But I'm happy to be with you here today. One of the things we need to know is when we look at the theme looks like a thesis, which maybe we need to debate it, where it talks of lubricants, coolants, and energy transition. Depending on which school you went to, does it mean the lubricants are also going through transition, the coolants going through transition, or is energy going through transition? The bottom line is that energy will go through transition. We'll move maybe from using petroleum, we might move to autogas, we might move to solar-powered cars. I mean, the energies that we use in our vehicles will keep changing, or in our manufacturing will keep changing, in power generation will keep changing. But one thing that will remain constant, at least best to the little science we know, is lubrication. Because anything that you do, basically lubrication helps reduce resistance. So lubrication will continue to outlive. So if you're working out strategies, as companies, strategies that will outlive us, you need to focus on lubricants, because up to now, our scientists have not found a way of having movement or locomotion without lubricants, because lubricants basically, broadly, just talk about reducing resistance as you move. So we are very sure that this is a sector that will continue to grow. The other thing that we've seen government of Kenya doing, I mean, we've talked about many things that we want the government of Kenya to do, but the positive thing they've done is the fiscal policy on lubricants. Of course, we made noise for some time, but they've fulfilled it. They've removed taxation on base oils, yet the taxation on finished product is still is high. It's, I think, at 35%. So there's an opportunity for us to invest in lubricants and look at it long-term in a good and sustainable manner. So we hope that we'll get the motivation to invest more in lubricants. Of course, the other areas will continue to engage government, not only in Kenya, but in the region. The issue of adulteration or counterfeiting of lubricants will continue to work with the government. And this has become widespread because as a firm, we're also in countries like Rwanda, which is a very strict country. And there's been counterfeiting of lubricants even in Rwanda. So it just tells you if it has happened in Rwanda, the other countries that are not as strict as Rwanda, it's happening maybe 20 times or 30 times more. So we need to work together. We need to work together as an industry and fight. And so one of the challenges I always give the petroleum industry is if there was fake Coca-Cola, you can imagine how Coke would come out very hard fighting that counterfeit. As our Coke is being counterfeited and we still come to the office, we still smile, we are not being as aggressive. So those are some of the things we just need to wake up as an industry and deal with this counterfeiting, engage government more, and just play our role also in making the right noise, putting in the right resources, and to assure our customers that when they go and buy this high quality lubricant that you've taken so long to develop, to blend, and to deliver, that it is indeed the right high quality product. I think my role was just to make opening remarks, and I just want to thank you for being with us here and making this event a success. And we trust that at the end of this exhibition or this meeting, we'll be able to have come up with strategies and action points that will be of benefit not only to ourselves, but to the country at large. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause. Very refreshing as always. Very refreshing as always. And indeed, the conversation is about the place of lubricants and coolants in energy transition. And because every story has a beginning, that beginning will be made by Dr. James Wakiru. I trust that you're ready to take us through the current status and the future outlook. I'm not sure if you want to do it from here. The presentation will be streamed. So karibu sana. You can take the podium.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name's Dr. James Wakiru. I'm from Dedan Kimathi. I'm also still in the oil industry. I am the managing editor of Lubes Africa, which we publish a lot about lubricants and maintenance. So we'll be taking you through a brief, just talking about the landscape of Africa. The conference basically is on Africa, so I'll want to indulge you slightly on some of the things that we've seen and coming up, and so how do we focus as we go forward in the lubricants sector. Next. So I'll have the small bio, a bit of a market overview, some unique opportunities that we have, and some challenges, outlook, and small conclusion. So that's me. Don't worry about so much there, but look at, I've had some significant work with you guys. I think we've worked with most of you in the lubricants and lubrication sector. I've also now getting into maintenance, and I was able to do quite a bit of research in my doctoral studies combining maintenance and lubrication. So when you look at Africa, it's basically said it's a frontier in terms of lubrication. And it's been growing significantly with around 3.52. Although we look at Egypt being, of course, the biggest consumer of lubricants, with taking around 26% in Africa. However, during COVID, there was quite a shift, dropping by around 4.64. But the fastest growing is Morocco. Morocco is the fastest growing in terms of market and lubricants consumption, with around 4.8 figure. COVID, of course, affected South Africa, which was poised to be one of the fastest growing, with a drop of around 8.9 during the COVID time. And that tells you the resilience. And we'll look at it as we go forward, some of the factors that could have assisted Morocco not really to have this kind of a drop. And maybe that's things that as Africa we need to adopt. So in Africa, again, the end user, we all know that the automotive is the largest with around 55%, industrial 45%. However, looking at the global demand and looking at African demand, if you look at Group 1 and Group 4, where we are currently in Africa, soon, not very soon, of course, there are quite some challenges, but this is where we might be going, where we'll be having more of Group 4 and less of Group 1, basically because of the new technologies, the EVs that are coming in. But of course, we still have a long way to go, but I look forward one of this time that our graphs will be looking that way. Next. So some of the unique opportunities, I think, and we can see the market in Africa, we now over 2 million liters, 2 million tons of lubricants. Our market is quite enlightened. I think I remember the time we used to talk about counterfeit. People now know. And they are the ones now even saying this product is counterfeited. I met some few guys saying we finished, pouring the oil and we saw some things, and then called the supplier, and then the supplier had to come and pick things because it was really counterfeit. So we have an enlightened market. Our communication in Africa is quite big in terms of the mobile penetration. We boast over 75%. In fact, we have 5 countries with more than 94% penetration of mobile. Internet, of course, in Africa, we are at 45, but of course, in some regions like in Kenya area, East Africa, we're quite higher than that. The growth sectors are the energy, transport, and industries. That's where we see the growth coming. And of course, we already know the base oils and the lubricants regulations that are still ongoing. Some regions have been able to come up with some of these regulations, but of course, in our region, we know Piea is really working with us towards that. The economic blocks that we have, I think it's also opportunities for us in the oil industry, especially the lubes, and the technology. And this is something that I think it will be very, very critical for us. We have a lot of machines and equipment that the clients down there, they don't want to dispose. It's very expensive acquiring a new one. Secondly, just the disposal part of it is pretty expensive, and in terms of safety, it's big hazards. And this is even informed like in the US, where they have the nuclear power plants, which was supposed to be decommissioned by 2050. But they have already extended another 30 years. So that's still an opportunity for us in the oil industry and the lubricant sectors, because they want to extend the life of the equipment. Unfortunately, that's the phase where you have many failures, extremely high failure rate. And so how can we come in and harness such opportunities? So those are areas that I'm sure when we combine lubrication and maintenance, we'll be able to harness. We have this challenge. It's a menace that has always been there in terms of counterfeits, and it's rampant. It's everywhere. You feel you've been able to overcome, something still happens. Next. There's also something critical. This is a survey that I did in 2021. I'm sure some of you may have filled it. But I was looking at how maintenance data, and maintenance data means any data during the maintenance of an equipment, and that includes lubrication. How the plants in Africa, and I took an example of Kenya, compared with Europe, which I took Belgium, how we use the data in maintenance. And if you could see, most of us, and is still even concurring together with Europe, we're using it for root cause analysis, a post-event. However, if you look at some of the key areas where you do predictive purposes, we all score in low. And I'm sure all of us, we have clients who collect a lot of data. And this is an area I'm thinking would really help us in the oil industry going forward. How we could harness that maintenance data, help the owners, help the clients to be able to come up with predictive techniques and maintenance strategies, which of course might reduce the consumption, but of course you'll have more goodwill. So that's a big negative in terms of the areas of forecast, areas of prediction. But if you look at some of where we have asset maintenance and management, what drives our clients in terms of doing maintenance, you could see the main one is to maximize return on assets. But if you look at the process changes and our aging assets, quite low. And we all know we are serving clients who the assets are really been aging. Some of them are old. In fact, they're older than yourself, yeah? And that is something that is critical. So as lubricants, how can we deliver our message to be able to address these areas? Because it's just for now that they are not seen, but in the near future, it's going to be a real tough situations for them. Of course, there is some compliance and regulation, which we need this to really go high. I think if you're doing maintenance to ensure that you are compliant, then that means only 41, in Kenya 41%, that's quite low. Next. So, lubrication in maintenance is a key area. And in the mining sector, only 3% of the budget is spent in purchasing the lubricants, but 60 to 70% of all failures are related to poor or improper lubrication. Now, as I told you, I wanted to do something just to bring out the importance of lubrication in maintenance, because we've had a lot of silo effect. Lubrication working this side, maintenance people working on the other side. So this is a research I did. I used a rig, basically a real life rig that's drilling, and was able to take quite a lot of data and did a simulation. The base case was as is, and then simulated if we considered aging. Now, if you look at CLCM, which is basically the cost of lubricants condition monitoring, related issues of lubrication, it takes around 10% in the base case. But if you talk to the people on the ground, they don't see that. They think it's quite minimal. In fact, they see it as a bother when talking about lubrication. But this was able to show why lubricant is very, very important. And looking at the other costs, in aging, you can see it grows to around 13%. Now, lubricants, together with vibration, of course, now falls under condition monitoring. Together, they give you more than 37% of the costs of operating an asset. Very important aspect when talking about lubricants. So, some of the unique challenges is, as we've talked, is as a summary, maintenance and lubricants being in silo. And I think we'll all get to canon when we can say that we cannot differentiate the two. They are one and the same thing. Our regulatory framework, there are some areas in the continent and Africa, of course, that are unchecked in terms of regulations. And you'll be shocked, people like South Africa are still facing this kind of problems that we are saying. Yet we expect they have grown. Knowledge and skill gap. Again, another big challenge that we have. I know we've had quite a bit, most of us in the era where we had the multinationals got trained, but I know we are also doing quite a lot in training. But are we able to get to the level trying to bring our clients to where we are expecting the industry to be in future? Because that's the deal breaker. Substandard lube importation. We've had a lot of time that there are some lubricants that are not additized that are being imported. Yeah, finished lubricants not additized, and they go to their clients. This is an area that's a big challenge to us in the oil industry. Environment and safety, I think that's something we have to come up with. I'm sure you've been having a lot of inquiries of biodegradable products. Yeah, biodegradable cutting fluids, yeah, which is a big issue. Because of safety and environment, most of our clients have to align themselves with safety regulations because they're exporting their products, and these are things that have to be tested out there. I had one incident in one plant. They saw somebody in UK say that they saw something, a metallic thing in one of the product. And in the next few minutes, the plant in Kenya had been shut down. And the inspectors were being sent from UK to Kenya to inspect why. What happened that a product, we found something, a metal product or piece of metal in the product. Safety and environmental concerns. So how do we assist our clients to overcome that situation? Logistical, I think when you talk about shipping, it's been a real pain because of what has been happening, and the COVID has really made everything to skyrocket. That's a big challenge I know you are facing. Counterfeits, we can't belabor there. And of course, price and cost variabilities, I think I can say maybe our suppliers are using some sensitivity analysis on us to see what's happening. Next. So I just want to give some bit of maybe what I foresee going forward, some of the areas maybe we could really be keen on. The EV growth, we cannot stop it. And quite a number of people have already launched their EV fluids. Of course, there will be still some challenges. Reliable power source supply, which currently we don't have so much in Africa. Talk of South Africa, which right now they are doing power rationing. Infrastructure investment that we have to invest across the country or region. Knowledge, the attitude. People still are not yet ready to, embrace EV. And of course the policies. And I think that's an area that we have to work closely with the government to come up with policies and incentives that will also favor us as we also protect the consumer. So that's an area I'm seeing is going to be really important. And as earlier on said, I'm foreseeing that we are going towards this kind of graph in the future. Next. Knowledge gap. And I think I want to applaud STLE. I think most of us know about it in the US. Of course, there's Insight really coming up with quite a bit because they have across the board all petroleum products. There's also Lubzin. But a key thing, and you can see even other companies trying to get into that area, in that space, is trainings have to continue being there. We have to, as the oil industry. We need now to go beyond that. Let's have webinars. I think we've changed from the time we were always have to meet. And now you realize a lot of Africans now are really going towards that area because of the tech. So could we come up with webinars? I think those could be a game changer for you guys. Publishing again, and this is, I'm not talking about just the market information. Are we able to publish some research from the region? That's a very key thing for us. And I'm also challenging myself. Can we publish things? And we've been doing some things even like in the university, doing things like machining with what we call minimum quantity lubricant. Of course, it's not good for you guys because you're reducing the lubricants, but we are doing that. Can we ask the oil industry, can we come up with that? And maybe, is there a possibility as the oil industry, we could come up with a journal for publications in Africa, if not Kenya? So let me just talk briefly about Lubzin. Next. Of course, most of us know about it, and we deal with basically African maintenance, lubricants, and lubrication needs. We saw it very important to bring in maintenance. And if you've been following, you will see quite a bit of maintenance issues coming in. And that's because we cannot untie the two. Lubricants and maintenance have to, and people have started embracing that important aspect. We have print and digital. Of course, our target audience are all of you guys here, but we are keen also on the maintenance. So we want to also try and bring in the maintenance. And you'll be shocked in most of the European countries where we have associations, which is something I'm going to talk about. They've combined maintenance and lubricants. Talk of BEMAS in Belgium. They basically handle both lubricants and maintenance. Of course, there they don't have a petroleum aspect, but they've gone because of a lot of technology just to cushion the lubricants and maintenance. So feel free. We have copies. We'll have at least a copy in your desk, maybe after break. Next. A key area that also I want to see that we need industry-academia linkages. Now, talk of the counterfeit. Is it possible that we might be having some solution, or we can come up with solutions for you guys? Or you go and lock yourself in the boardrooms and come up with some solutions, then put them out there, and then maybe we could work together and come up with solutions. We have a lot of innovations coming up from our, of course, universities. I had the startup and incubation center in our university, and I can tell you the kind of innovations that are coming up from students and staff. So this could be an area where we could partner the industry and academia, and maybe some of the solutions could be, and this is happening outside there. In Europe, in America, can we try and emulate something like that for our benefit? Next. Of course, some of the areas maybe like biodegradability, could we, if you have a challenge, can we come up with something that we can develop? Next. Then the aspect of now bringing in what is happening in the next frontier in terms of maintenance, which we are going to Industry 5.0. 4.0 we have already quite a bit, but again in the survey that I did, which is based on Kenya and Europe, you could see the desired improvements that most of the companies wanted. Main one was to integrate different data. And we collect a lot of data, even ourselves in the oil industry. You have data on failure, you have data on different kinds of parameters, maybe if you're analyzing the oil. How do we integrate that? One of my research was how you can come up with a decision support in an oil analysis to predict what is happening in the engine. Most of us will use one parameter, but now I correlate the different parameters and be able to see maybe is a dilution, a fluid dilution. Why? Because there's a correlation of several parameters. So, of course, we're talking of lesser vendor lock-in, decision making, customization, and response. But it's important to know where we're going. Quite a bit of big data analytics will come in. The services that we are providing to our clients, can we be able to sync together with their systems that they're already in this era? IoT, I know you're having to go out to the plants or out there in the remote locations, but can you set up some sensors and send signals to you in the office and analyze and respond to the customer? Areas that I'm seeing we're going. Additive manufacturing, a game changer, especially for the spare parts, where you have the, of course, localized manufacturing of spares. And this is happening. US Navy, they all have 3D printers in their vessels, in the high seas. They don't have to wait for the spare. There are companies already setting up 3D printing for spare parts. Are we ready for such? Our lubricants still going to be able to, suffice the 3D printed parts? Or are we going to have some reactions? Augmented reality. And lastly, simulation, a critical area which I see will have to fall in and have to play. This is where R&D comes in. This is where any plant coming up, they have to simulate and see what's happening in the future. And part of it will be your lubricant. Can we be able to now simulate for the plant, for the customer, how my lubricant will perform, even when things are going differently? Of course, there's a lubrication in maintenance. Just wanted to mention one of this quote, that condition monitoring should be a pillar in maintenance optimization. And of course, you guys, us, we are pathologists, basically in this area. So we're able now to really go in and do our postmortem and forecast the probable areas. Lubricants have been trying to force people to understand that lubricant can be, when you use lubricants, techniques, LCM, you might be better off than even vibration. You might be better off than even some of the other condition monitoring techniques if you harness the power of lubricant condition monitoring. Our market trends, I think, is something that has been going on. But what I'm seeing is they are kind still, because some of the players come out of the market, but still want to come back. Look at that quote there, basically a snapshot, how Fuchs acquired 50% shares of the distributors. Is it control? I'm seeing something happening that we might want to even invest in our distributors. I know we've been investing in different ways, but that's something we can look at, of course. And of course, acquisitions and JVs. Sorry, I ran very fast. I wanted to run very fast. Of course, when you conclude, our market is reachable. I think we all agree to that. And we know that Africa is the next frontier. Talk to anyone, we know that Africa is where everything now needs to be done. But the challenges are there, but they have been addressed. So I think the landscape and the space now is becoming appetizing. There are significant opportunities. There is general goodwill, politically also, and we know what the government also has been able to listen to us, listen to the cries that might be there, and there's some goodwill. Of course, a key thing is partnership might be critical so that we can grow. We operate in a very wide landscape, and there's resilience for future. There's one slide that I didn't see, I think it passed very fast, on the associations. And I know there is one person. Yeah, there's circularity also. I think this is also a critical one for us. But I'll share the slides later on. Maybe they can be pushed up. Let's go. Yeah, lubricants associations. I know we are having quite a bit of help through Piea. But is it possible? Is it something that Africa could come up with something to have
automotive of our cars, of our generators, as we shall see. So the title of my presentation is Current Status and Future Outlook of Coolants. Now, just briefly about BSF, we have about 6 divisions. We have chemicals, we have materials, industrial solutions, surface technologies, nutrition care, and agricultural products. And under these 6 divisions, we have several business units. I do belong to a division called Industrial Solutions, where we have performance chemicals. Next slide. Yes, and under performance chemicals, we have strategic business units. One of them is the fuel and lubricant solutions, plastic additives, and chemicals for the oil field. So lubricants, coolants, and brake fluids, they all fall under fuel and lubricant solutions. Here we have mineral oil additives, we have coolants and brake fluids. Next slide. We have coolants and brake fluids. We have fuel performance packages. I think all of you who are in this country, you know about the special fuels, the additivized fuels that we have. So BSF is very strong in that. We are #1 in Europe, Asia and Japan, #2 in America, as far as fuel performance packages is concerned. We have aviation fuel additives, refinery additives, some specialized finished lubricants. And of course, we now have our coolants, which is the topic of our discussion today. So our coolant brand name is Glizantine, and our brake fluid is Hydrolan. So a brief history about Glizantine. In 1929, BSF invented the first antifreeze coolant in the world. So Glizantine actually is the original coolant, as far as coolant is concerned. And over the years, we've invested a lot in technology, in coming up with new formulations for coolants, and our Glizantine has the highest OEM approval for any coolant in the market. Then we have our brake fluid, Hydrolan. Mostly we produce this for the auto industry, as a fast fill for the auto industry. Many vehicles are rolling out of the production plant actually have this Hydrolan, mostly because of safety and ensuring that the vehicle manufacturer can actually give extended warranty as far as the braking system is concerned. Now, looking at coolants, we are serving several segments. We in the fast field, like I said, Glizantine is used in the fast field for many auto manufacturers. We also in the OEM service, the OEM owned workshops. But what is very important for us is the aftermarket. Yeah? So we produce the concentrate. We sell to oil marketing companies who rebrand it under their own brand, who market it. Yeah. So that is a very important segment in Africa. Then we also have applications in non-automotive industrial application, for example, stationary engines such as generators and also wind turbines. Now, yes, so this again is what I've been talking about. Maybe you can go to the next slide. And generally, this is how BSF is structured. Our headquarters is in Germany. As far as the fuel and lubricants division is concerned, coolants specifically, our headquarters is in Germany, where we have a marketing team there, we have a production unit there, we have a research and development. But also, because Asia is becoming very significant, specifically China, we also have R&D there going on. We have a production plant going there. We have a production plant there. In India, we have a production plant. In Brazil, we have a production plant, and also in the US, we have a production plant. So we're able to serve the whole world very well with our products. Now, the topic for today was about the trends. What is currently trending? What is the outlook of the coolants industry? And what's happening now is the main topics in the coolants industry is about e-mobility. We have sustainability, and we have autonomous driving. So you know that e-mobility is the future of the automotive industry. Yeah, we know that many companies are looking towards being net zero emitters of CO2. So sustainability, anything that can contribute towards the sustainability of an oil marketing company or an organization is really critical at this time. And then you have autonomous driving. This is really taking shape. And here our offering is on the brake fluid. So I think we look only at e-mobility and sustainability, which relate to coolants. Next slide. Now, the future is e-mobility, like I said. You all know about Tesla, yeah, how Tesla all of a sudden has become almost the biggest auto manufacturer in the world. Now, going forward, like I said, at the beginning of the presentation, I said that coolant is just maybe 5% of your engine oil sales, yeah? But going forward, coolants will gain more significance, because if you look at Model S Tesla, it uses about 24 liters of coolant, yeah, our Glycine G48, for cooling the batteries. Now, this is almost 3 times what you use in your automotive internal combustion engines. So going forward, e-mobility and coolants, yeah, coolants will become very, very significant as e-mobility gains traction across the world. Yeah. So when you're talking about e-mobility, we have different types of vehicles that are there. We have, go to the next slide. We have full hybrid electric vehicles. We have plug-in electric vehicles, battery electric vehicles, and fuel cell electric vehicles. As the name suggests, when you have full hybrid electric vehicles, the powertrain is internal combustion engine, yeah. Then we also have an e-motor, electric motor. But when you come to plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, you find that we have the same powertrain, and then we have, for the battery electric vehicles, we have purely batteries here, and then for the fuel cell, they are mostly using hydrogen. Now, the requirements of these vehicles, as far as coolants is concerned, depends on what type of electric vehicle you have. Now, when you look at the full hybrid electric vehicles and the plug-in electric vehicles, these are the common type of electric vehicles like we have in Kenya. You'll find that the normal glycines, the normal coolants, yeah, the normal coolants, to a larger extent, they're able to meet the requirements of this type of electric vehicles. However, when you come to battery electric vehicles and fuel cell vehicles, you might need dedicated product solutions, and especially for the fuel cell electric vehicles, you might need dedicated solutions. So BSF, we have introduced a group of products that we're calling Glycine Electrified. They are suitable for this type of vehicles. And these technologies are advancing. Every year there's new research into improving the electric vehicles that we have. So even the coolant manufacturers, yeah, they're putting a lot of money in research. They're putting a lot of money in battery materials, because that is the future of the of mobility. Go to the next slide. Now, just looking at the basic internal combustion engine, what we normally talk about the car thermal management principle, and here you have different parts of the cooling system. As you can see, the water pump, the radiator, the hose, the heater core. All these parts are interacting with the coolant. So the coolant must have specific properties to protect these parts from damage. And this is actually how you formulate the coolants, looking at all these parts that make up the cooling system. Typically, a cooling system can have about 100 different types of materials. And when your vehicle is operating, maybe at 100 degrees Celsius, that means very hot coolant is interacting with these different types of materials. Then you have to be very sure that this interaction does not deteriorate the different types of materials that are there in the cooling system. So the part of the process of manufacturing coolants is to test it and check that it is compatible with all types of materials that have been used in the cooling system. And this is why OEM approval is very important, yeah, because different car manufacturers use different materials for different parts of the cooling system. So you need to test this cooling, these different types of materials, how they react to with your coolant. So now the coolant properties, of course, is to prevent rusting and prevention of corrosion and cavitation. It should be stable at high temperature, compatibility with hard water, freeze protection, prevention of deposits, low foaming tendencies. you see this part, prevention of deposits. I think it's very common when you're using very low quality coolant, yeah? And you can imagine if you have deposits forming in your cooling system, the cooling system will be blocked, yeah? And you can have overheating of your vehicle. So these normal conventional coolants, some of them are suitable for the electric vehicles. But electric vehicles sometimes do have specific requirements more than what you're seeing here. Go to the next slide. Yeah, so basically these are the conventional coolants that are currently there. Most of you probably have heard of these terminologies: hybrid coolant, OET coolant, silicate OET coolant, phosphate coolant, phosphate silicon coolant, OET coolant. Yeah? So these are the existing formulations for coolants. Previously, we used to have low mileage coolants, yeah? And these mostly were inorganic coolants. But now we have organic technology coolants, and these give longer mileage, 3 to 4 years. So the hybrid coolant, of course, they have a lot of silicates suitable for aluminum protection. The OET, they do not have silicate. Silicate is normally for aluminum protection against corrosion. But the 480 coolant, they use a different technology where they react to the aluminum to form an oxide that protects the aluminum surfaces. But you can further improve the OET coolant by adding silicate to improve on the aluminum surfaces protection. Phosphate, some vehicles actually ask for phosphate OET coolant. And this is where you want to use very low monoethylene glycol concentrations, and also where you have very hard water. Then the phosphate silicate, they combine the benefits of silicates and phosphates, and you find them normally where we have downsizing of the engines. As you downsize the engines, the thermal strain on the engines is very high, or rather on the coolant is very high, and phosphates does help in those areas. So vehicles like Volvos, they normally specify a phosphate silicate OET coolant. So this coolant would be suitable for many electric vehicles, but next slide. But then you'll find that next slide. Sorry. But you'll find that the electric vehicles could have additional requirements. Yeah, and this clearly shows you how the powertrain of electric vehicles, the plug-in electric vehicles, the plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, the battery electric vehicles, and the fuel cell electric vehicles. It shows you how the powertrain is structured in the vehicle. Now, like I said, this technology is developing. So sometimes the coolant requirement is very specific to the OEM, how the OEM has laid out the drivetrain. So you might find that this type of electric vehicles require this type of coolant or this quantity of coolant. Yeah. Go to the next one. Yep. Sorry. Go back. Yes. So now, like I said, we have glycantine electrified specifically for electric vehicles. So where we have, thank you. So where we have plug-in and full hybrid electric vehicles, we have glycantine G22. And here the additional properties that are required of the coolant is a low electrical conductivity. This is very important as far as safety of the electric vehicles is concerned. Yeah. Then of course you have effective protection of the battery cooling system. The batteries tend to overheat and when they're charging and also when they're discharging. Then for the fuel cell electric vehicles, the ones that use hydrogen, these have very specific requirements. Yeah, so you need long-term low conductivity and good corrosion protection of aluminum and steel. It also has to be compatible with various metals and alloys, polymers and elastomers that make up the fuel the full fuel cell system. And the use of mixed bed ion exchanger is normally advised when you're using this product. So BSF is at the forefront of coming up with coolant solutions for the future. And here we have glycantine FCG20 for the fuel cell business. I've already talked about the need for R&D. More R&D is still going on to improve the coolants, to improve the batteries for electric vehicles, and you'll keep seeing new developments as far as this sector is concerned. Now, coming to the final trend outlook, or what is important in the coolant industry, is about sustainability. Yeah. So sustainability is very, very important, and there are two ways of achieving sustainability as far as coolant is concerned. There's the issue of the packaging. Yeah, the packaging, you could be using plastic packaging made from recycled materials, raw materials. But then also there's a feedstock, the feedstock that is used in producing the coolants. Now, there is this concept of biomass balance, whereby a lot of your feedstock must come from organic sources, must come from plant sources. Yeah. So BMB is a measure of how much organic, how much renewable feedstock you have in your product. So there's BMB and also the eco. Eco being talking about mostly about recycling of the packaging. So when you look at our Glyzantine range of products, the most common ones, Glyzantine G30, 34, 40, 64, and 65, they have a lot of renewable stocks. Yeah, they have a lot of renewable base stock that have been put there, so they contribute to our sustainability. So if your oil marketing company is keen on reporting on sustainability, and you're using any of these products for your rebranded ready-mix coolant, you can always state some of these things. We have materials that are 25% renewable, 50%, 75%, and 100% renewable in these products that we produce at BSF. Now, let's come closer home and look what is happening in Africa as far as coolants is concerned. Now, this is a very short story. We start with Nigeria. So Nigeria has a very high number of vehicles. I think it's about 11 million vehicles, and also an equally high number of standby power generators, right? But when you look at the import statistics, when you look at how much coolant concentrate is being brought into the country, you see a big difference. You see a very small amount of coolant concentrate being brought into the country, yet the country requires a lot of coolants, right? So we wanted to find out what is happening in that kind of market. Yeah, so we did carry out some basic rust and corrosion tests. A coolant, the first function of a coolant is to prevent rusting and corrosion. Yeah, so water is the best type of coolant you can have for internal combustion engines, but water causes rusting and corrosion. So the function of the coolant concentrate is to treat the water, to make the water, to treat the coolant rather, to make it not corrode the cooling system, the part of the cooling system in the vehicle. So a good coolant should not, there should be no formation of rusting and corrosion when you're dealing with a good coolant. So what we did is we took like 12 samples from the Nigerian market, and we did a very basic corrosion test. A basic corrosion test is where you put in nails or any mild steel into coolant. Then at room temperature, you leave it to stay at room temperature, and then you observe if there's any rusting and corrosion. And it's very clear from all this that none of these coolants have any rust protection, any coolant concentrate for rust and corrosion prevention. So basically, our conclusion was that there's a lot of fake coolants in the Nigerian market. Then we came down to Kenya. And even before we left Nigeria, there is a big market in Nigeria. It's called, I think, Ladipo or something. Yeah. And if you look at this picture, you'll see lots of radiators. So it's a big supermarket. It's a big, let's say, open air market for radiators. That means people are losing their radiators at a very high rate. Yeah. Because as you saw from that, if most of the coolants used for automotive applications in Nigeria have a problem with rust and corrosion prevention, then this is the results. You lose your radiator, you lose your water pump. Yeah, so this definitely will happen. So you find people in this market importing a lot of radiators because there's a big demand for that. It is the same situation here in Kenya. We did come and carry out a similar study. It's a very, very basic study. Yeah. Again, we collected coolant samples. And these samples, we did not collect them from the fuel stations. Yeah. So I think when I look at everyone here, there's no product that came from your fuel station here. These are samples that you find in the fighting grade market segment. The samples you find in Kirinyaga Road, in those small spare shops where we have these roadside mechanics, the Juakali mechanics. So what happens is they want a very cheap product for servicing their customers' vehicles. Then when we looked at this, we picked at random the fastest moving products there. And again, we did the same test. We put the nails in those coolants. After 1 week, there's corrosion. After 1 month, there's total dye breakdown in the blue coolant. In the yellow coolant, you can see it's already, the nails are almost dissolving because of rusting and corrosion. Yeah. So this is actually what happens in your vehicle. So again, and then we tested it against our, we introduced a product we call super concentrate BS6580. This is what we call a tropical coolant, and only at very low concentration, 5%. And we did a similar test, and there was no rusting and corrosion. So the market previously had a lot of counterfeit, not really counterfeit, fake coolants, and they dominated the market. Yeah, and like I said at the beginning of my presentation, is that coolant has been neglected for very long because it is very, very small volumes. The oil marketing companies will focus on engine oils, hydraulic oils, but since coolant is competitive, that is how the landscape was. There's a lot of fake coolants. They'll tend to ignore that market segment, but it is at a very high cost to the economy. You lose your thermostat, your radiator cap, your water pump, your car overheats, and it's very common to see cars overheating on our highways, right? Yeah? So these are the telltale signs that there's something wrong, or rather something wrong was happening to our coolants market segment. Then we also looked at the importation of the radiator repair parts. If people are losing their water pumps, their radiator caps, their thermostats, their radiators, then it means we must be importing a lot of these things. So from the data coming from the Kenya Bureau of Statistics, what we found out is that in 2017, Kenya imported about 4 million euros in terms of these repair parts for the cooling system. In 2018, about 3.5 million euros. So in total, on average, we've been wasting, it's actually a waste. We've been wasting about $4 million every year to import parts that can easily be maintained in good condition by using the right coolant. So the main problem here was, again, the standards. We went to the root cause of this problem. And what we realized is that we had a shortcoming in our standards. So our standards for so long, up to 2021, they only permitted antifreeze coolant. Antifreeze coolant, you need about 33% concentration of the coolant concentrate. But we also have a need for what we call tropical coolant. So antifreeze coolant, in addition to preventing rusting and corrosion, it also protects the internal combustion engines from frost. Yeah. But for tropical coolant, these are coolant that prevents rusting and corrosion, yeah, prevents overheating of the vehicle, but has no freeze protection. So it is suitable for this market, yeah. And this is a product that we were missing. So courtesy of Piea and KEBS, we reviewed together with stakeholders, we reviewed the standards, the coolant standards, and we upgraded them in 2021. As a result of that, tropical coolant was introduced in the country. Yeah, and this was purely targeted at the fighting grade market segment. And the good news is that the standards that we came up with here in Kenya, they were adopted by the East African community to be the East African Community Coolant Standards. The same problem we see in Nigeria and Kenya is the same problem you see in Uganda and Tanzania. Yeah, so that was a good outcome of the collaboration between Piea and Kenya Bureau of Standards. Then after that, we said the motorist needs to be aware about what coolant they're using, right? So we did launch a consumer awareness campaign. This was a joint effort by industry players, right? And we came up with the flyers like you're seeing here, educating motorists on how to identify a fake coolant, what a coolant does, what are the advantages of a proper coolant in their vehicle. Because many motorists choose their coolant based on color. And this is the advantage that the Juakali mechanic take advantage of. So we were trying to tell motorists that coolant is not color. Coolant is about performance, right? Yeah? So we did this through digital marketing to drive behavioral change in coolant selection. Now, as a result of this, all these activities that that happened in Kenya from 2021, Piea members, and here I'm talking about Piea members because the people who are selling the fake coolants are not Piea members. Piea members gained volumes in sales of coolant, fighting grade coolant segment of over 3 KT since 2021. So you can imagine this 3 KT of fighting grade coolant. Previously, it was all fake coolant, yeah? But when we did all this, when the standards now permitted oil marketers to introduce topical coolant, they've been able to fill this gap with proper coolant. Then, so what needs to be done as we go forward? I think we need to do more coolant quality awareness campaign, yeah, where we target motorists. And the best way to do it is to do it like an industry. And this is not new. If you look at the dairy industry, I think if you look at the banking industry, there are times when their interests converge. And what they do is that they have what do you call it? They collaborate in terms of educating, in terms of communicating to the market. So what we can do for the coolants industry, there's a lot that needs to be done. We still see a lot of fake coolants in the market. What needs to be done now is to empower the motorists, show them how to identify a fake coolant, and as much as possible encourage them to buy coolants from reputable sources, either fuel stations or your distributors. The other thing that is missing is coolant testing, yeah? So this idea of coolant testing center of excellence, like you saw in the test we did, the rust and corrosion test we did, these were very, very basic corrosion tests where there's no heating of the coolant, it's just at room temperature. But the proper rust and corrosion test for coolants is specified by ASTM 1384. It's a test you do for almost 500 hours, and you maintain the coolant at a temperature of 100 degrees Celsius, and then you check various metals, how corrosion, whether they have had corrosion or no corrosion. Yeah. So we don't have this kind of testing. It's a basic. It's almost not a very basic test, but it's a test that can be set up. Now, unfortunately, Kenya Bureau of Standards does not have this facility for testing. I think Kenya Bureau of Standards is only testing densities, I guess, and boiling points. These have no impact on the function of the coolant. What the real function of the coolant is how well it prevents rusting and corrosion. So through PIA, this is something we've been trying to push for. If we can establish a center of excellence, and I'm happy that Dr. James Wakiru is here, maybe such a center of excellence can be done in partnership with a university, right? And the members of the oil industry can be voluntarily submitting their samples to this university for testing and sharing those results with KEBS, right? Yeah? Because if we wait for KEBS to set up this testing center, it may not happen, right? And we'll continue having the problems of fake coolants in the market. So this is one of the videos that we developed for the motorist awareness. It's a very short video, so allow me to play it. Which one do I press? No, sorry. Go back to that last slide. I hope it plays. Thank you very much. Those are the kind of videos that we produce for awareness of motorists about quality coolants. Thank you very much.
Okay, another round of applause, please. I think one of the things that must crystallize today is the partnership that we have already started having a conversation with the university. We had a session, I believe, my colleague, it was the Q4 of last year with the Dedan Kimathi University on the same conversation. So I think if there's one thing to come out of this is the resolution to actually go to the next steps of that conversation that we had regarding the partnership between academia and industry on this matter, definitely. I'm wondering if we have the Kenya Bureau of Standards representative in the house. I'm told the MD may not make it. No. But we do have a representative from the Kenya Revenue Authority. I'm told that the Commissioner General has been, let me use this word, I'm the messenger, so don't shoot me, has been summoned to Parliament. And therefore, we have Mr. Kiprono Bulut, the Deputy Commissioner, Revenue and Regional Coordination, Customs and Border Control. You're here? Yes, thank you very much. I'm not sure if we have PS Mkwana's representative. He's also told me that he may not be able to come and is running late. Mungai, I don't know if we've gotten that confirmation. He may still come. He had actually confirmed to represent CS Madamiano. So believe it or not, because we will not have a round table, because a round table was, the panelists were supposed to be PS Juma Mukwana, MD Kenya Bureau, and CGKRA. I will invite Mr. Bulut to come and make your submission. This is a field that if I were you, I'd really do a good one. And what you'll be speaking to us about basically is what KRA is doing with respect to supporting the lubricants and coolers sector, develop and take its pace, not just in terms of supplying the local market, but also export, because you know what that does to balancing our imports. We have had long conversations with yourselves, and also the importance of manufacturing with respect to collection of revenue and what that means for the lubricants and coolant sector, and especially because there's already a lot of investment that has gone to manufacturing plants that are currently not fully utilized. So Mr. Bulut, please come and shine. And then thereafter, hopefully we will have just 5 minutes to ask questions for the presenters who have made their submissions this morning before we go to the next presentation. Karibu sana, Mr. Bulut.
Thank you very much, Wanjiku, for that invitation. And once again, good morning. Good morning. Hey, why are we dull? And this is the strongest group that I've ever met. It contributes close to 40% of my customs revenue. So it's great to be here with the Petroleum Institute of East Africa. And I think there are 3 key areas that you'd like me really to address on behalf of Kenya Revenue Authority. And of course, based on the questions Wanjiku has thrown on the floor to us as Kenya Revenue Authority. Just a brief, because as Wanjiku has said, this is my moment of glory, so let me take advantage of it. One is to register my appreciation, of course, the appreciation of KRA on the tax compliance status of this specialized group. And as I said in my opening remarks, you contribute close to 40% of customs revenue. But I'm here on behalf of also the Commission of Domestic Taxes. Of course, you are very compliant on that side because they form part of the feedback to customs. Yes, the lubes and coolant sector play a very important role in us in terms of our tax collection. The industry imports close to 8 million liters of lubes and 2.3 million metric tons of lubricating greases as finished products. We look at us as KRA on 3 fronts. There is a trade facilitation point where most of you in industry are authorized economic operators. That is, you are enabled to perform duties as large taxpayers within the customs department. Secondly, most of you also prepare declarations way in advance for facilitation. So on that front, we assist the industry as a key player to facilitate movement of your cargo at all points of entry and exits. I think there was a presenter who talked about the role of KRA in terms of investigation and enforcement. We have joint teams with the industry that carry out surveys once every period. Together with our partner government agencies, we have EPRA, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, and of course your surveyor who comes into play. Now, also on that front, we have the simplification of procedures. I think we work closely with industry. You have alluded to it. Our principal is the National Treasury, and of course we collect taxes on behalf of the National Treasury for the benefit of wananchi. Then the third role that we also support industry is in trade statistics. The previous presenter from BSAF gets his statistics from the National Bureau of Standards, but the National Bureau of Standards, the source of that statistics is the Customs and Border Control Department, where we relay that information for consumption. And of course, this is used to make policy changes and do proposals. I mean, you use statistics to do proposals for change in taxation or change in procedures. Now, on the second one, we support the industry, the manufacturers. From the customs perspective, there is provision under the East African Community Customs Management Act, where you're able to operate bonded facilities to, of course, carry out your blending for your lubes, and that is a procedure that has been used. Then there is also the duty drawback, which is also used as part of the schemes that you can use. Of course, there's the presence of resident officers who manage these bonded facilities for your own benefit. I think on the last part, how do we promote economic development? We provide generally simplification. We engage with industry all the time. Whether it is your industry, Petroleum Institute of East Africa, or amongst yourselves as industry players, we can have bilaterals. We also have taxpayer education segments where we can really customize your needs and develop curriculums for yourself through one of our departments, which is known as the Kenya School of Revenue Administration, So we are also free. We're also free to partner with us to give us more insights towards this sector of lubes and coolants. I think I've learned a lot from the presentation, especially on the radiator issue. I think I've been a victim of this. I've replaced my radiator almost thrice. So now I know where my problem is, and I can also marry that role with the role that we play as caring. Somebody mentioned about the counterfeits in the environment, and we are the guardians of that part. Now, if we don't have this cross training amongst industry players, because you are the specialists, we are the ones who implement what you can give us. And I'm glad that conversations headed in that direction will also guard against safety, because that boils down to safety. You can imagine at the middle of the night, all of a sudden your radiator just goes off. So we learn a lot. You're the industry players, educate us. We will educate you on tax and tax policies. So thank you very much. I think I'll close there.
Any questions, burning questions? Because I'm also told we need to try and make up for the 15 minutes that we are running late from. Do we have any burning questions? Going once, going twice, gone. Thank you very much. So we would like to give this opportunity to our silver sponsor, Ola, to make the presentation, and I'm hoping that I'll get the cue from our platinum sponsor, KCB, once they're ready with the Director of Digital Financial Services. Once they are in the vicinity, we will give you your opportunity. But for now, a round of applause to our silver sponsor. Yes, they actually have a live loops analysis mobile station. Each one of us will take a visit there to see what we're talking about, and hopefully we'll have something similar for the coolants. Hopefully we'll have something similar for the coolants very soon. So Dr. Yusufu is also a director of Piea. Please welcome to the podium.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I thank you very much for this invitation, and it's a great pleasure to me to be with you and to be direct with all the relative persons to hear about the coolant and the lubricants and to get more information, at least to be at the level of this the decision. First of all, let me try to introduce myself, Dr. Yusuf El-Hammali, the General Manager of Ola Energy Kenya and the East Region Business Officer for Ola Energy. Our company, Ola Energy, is one of the players in the African markets, where we are already presented in more than 17 countries in Africa. We are working with about 2,300 service stations in all over Africa, and also we are represented in some of the airports, which is more than 50 airports in Africa. Also, we, in terms of the terminals, we have more than 60 terminals in all Africa. Our subject today is the lubricants, where also our company has more than 8 lubricant plants in Africa, also across all the Africa. So, as I said again, really I'm very happy to be with you, and I'm sure that here in Kenya, sometimes because you are Kenyan and you haven't that big eyes like the foreigner when they come to your country, really it's the hope of Africa, 100%. Because during my visits, I worked as a general manager in Tunisia, in Morocco, in Sudan, in Egypt, and also in Paris. So I have a large experience about the situation and regulation, also the compliance, and I see that here in Kenya, really it's the best place for practice, comparing to what I've seen in the other countries. For that reason, I need from all of you to take care and to put in consideration that the future is for Kenya. The summit for the climate change, as you see, it has been already taking place in Kenya. And also, if you try to see the United Nations, they had already started increasing and building, upgrading their offices here. And they had already give the support for Kenya with more than 9 million euros for the climate change to start supporting the Africa. So it's time to go all together to support the situation and to support the government itself. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much indeed. So it is happening in magical Kenya. You know, we're always complaining and doing what? Being very negative to ourselves, but that's coming from a man who has come from far and wide, has lots of experience in a leading oil company who's telling us the future is in Kenya. The future really is in Kenya. So Mr. Bulut, your revenue collection going higher than the 40% that we contribute to. So please allow us to go to the next session, which is a roundtable. Kindly come forward, the Sifao Kenya representative. Sorry, do we have a demonstration? Oh, it wasn't that. Sorry. I am told, I thought that efficiency was saving us time. I am told that that was a teaser from the head of Ola, that we haven't seen anything yet. And because everything is happening in Kenya, here you go.
Good morning. I'm Patrick from Ola Energy Kenya, the technical team. So we were to discuss the topic on the diversity of automotive engine lubricants. And when you look at it, we have is it working? Yes, that is a topic. And earlier we had been given the one for engine cleanliness and protection, which is what lubricants do. And we are looking at it from the three-pronged approach. Next. Go to the next. 4-stroke engines, 2-stroke, and four-stroke motorcycle engines. Basically, the 4-stroke engines, whether it's petrol or diesel, this is how their lubrication system looks. And we need the efficiency for the engine oil to flow from the bottom through the crankshaft bearings, up to the pistons, up to the camshafts, and flow down. With the modern vehicles, you need that to happen within 10 seconds when you start it. So if you're using the old technology lubricants, you're really spoiling your vehicle. These are two models of engines where one, the camshaft is at the top. The camshaft is the one that controls the valves, the opening and closing of the intake and exhaust valves. And the other one, the camshafts are at the bottom. Next slide. Like I said, the diversity of the 4-stroke engines divided into the compression ignition engines and the spark ignition engines. The spark ignitions use a spark to ignite the fuel, and these are the ones that use the gasoline, what we call PMS. The mechanism at the top is just what is different. The diesel engines use compression, and once the air is hotting up at the top dead center, it automatically is ignited as a air fuel mixture is added to it. But in terms of the engine design of the 4-stroke cycle, they operate the same. Intake, compression, expansion, exhaustion. Next. So what is lubrication? Lubrication falls under a broad science in engineering under tribology and fluid mechanics. Lubrication is just separation of moving parts to reduce friction. Friction is very important in life because you can't walk without friction. You can't drive that vehicle without friction. But when it comes to machinery, you need to reduce friction for efficiency. And lube oil is basically made from 2 components. Base oil. Dr. Wakiru there talked about group 1 to group 4. He was referring to the base oils. So the group 1 base oils are the ones which have been there mainly from the refining process, whereas the group 4, which is the synthetics, are processed in a lab. And then we have additives. Why? Because the base oils as they come are not able to completely protect your engine against all the aspects or any other machinery. And that is why now the additives come in. I normally give it the example of water, where if you need to make tea, you use the same water, you add tea and sugar. But you can use the same water to wash your clothing. The water is a base oil. The other additives are the chemicals that you are adding for different applications. Then we have the mineral and synthetic base oils based on the manufacturing process. And then the additives, as I've said, are there to enhance the abilities of the base oils. These are the 6 key functions of any lubricant in your engine. Cooling, very important, together with the coolant. Even the oil, as it circulates, it does cooling. Reducing wear, anti-corrosion, because you know water will find its way into your engine. Cleaning, so there are additives that are added to clean your engine. Sealing, there are additives added to react to the seals to make sure them expand and prevent leakages. And we also use it for diagnosis. So we have a lab that, and many other labs are there that can use the oil for diagnosis and condition monitoring that Dr. Wakiru was talking about. Then we talk about the quality of engine oils. We look at it from 3 prongs. Number 1, from the viscosity. Viscosity is the most significant property of any oil. Whether it's an engine oil, hydraulic oil, or an industrial oil, viscosity is always the first point of selection of oil. And the viscosity grades are given by SAE, which is the Society for Automotive Engineers, is an international body. Then we have service standards, very key. API is American Petroleum Institute. They have 2 classifications for automotive engines. The S classification for the spark ignited, those are the petrol engines. The C classification for the diesel engines. Then we also have ACEA, this is a European, and especially now when you look at the environmental sustainability, these are the ones who are leading, and like the vehicles that have come into the market with the DPFs, the ACEA classification is a very important guide in selection of the oil. Then we have other classifications by the OEMs. You know, Mercedes-Benz have theirs, Volvo, and they'll be indicated even in the manuals. We also have the Japanese ones, JASO, which are also very prominent, especially for the motorcycle. Then we also have quality classification based on the base oil type, whether it's mineral or synthetic. Next. Very important. This is where the API classification for petrol engines has been developing over the years. As it was mentioned earlier, in Kenya, we have had the lower category of oils being sold for a very, very long time, and people continue importing them. Right now, you are not allowed to import a vehicle that is older than 2017. And if you look at it in terms of the standards development, this is a service classification. You actually do not require anything less than a synthetic lubricant in any of the vehicles that are coming in. But because we still have older vehicles, older machinery, like Dr. Wakiru said, we still have the older lubricants still being manufactured to take care of that segment. But going forward, synthetics are the ones that will be in use. Next. This just shows how the APIS classification has been developing. Right now, we have the SP as the highest from 2020, and those lubricants have already been coming into our market, and the vehicles that require that quality of lubricant are already in our market. And mechanics are finding it very difficult when they try to use the monogrades or the low-end multigrades, and they're having so many complaints with the customers. So we need to move SN, SP. As you can see, very little of the vehicles requiring below SL would be found in our market. Next is for the diesel classification. It's quite low here, but diesel classification now is at CK4 from the year 2016. That is the highest category of the diesel classification. And again, like I said, in Kenya, you can only import a vehicle now that is 2017 or later, which means the technology of those vehicles require CK4, which is a synthetic. You cannot get a monograde or a low-end multigrade, which has a CK4 classification. Next. And this is how they have been progressing. So there are guys who are still insisting on selling CD branded API lubricants in this market. They're just spoiling your vehicles. Next. So when we look at the future, this is what we see, that we are moving towards emission-friendly lubricants because of new engine technologies. Okay, it's the requirement for extended drain intervals. Some guys will still tell you to change your lubricant after 2,000 kilometers. You're wasting your money. Fuel economy. The higher grade synthetic lubricants ensure that you save on fuel. We have the vehicles with the exhaust gas recirculation and the diesel particulate filters. These ones require low SAPs lubricants. And if you use the common oils, you'll be going to the mechanic and removing that DPF and the EGR system very soon. The reason we need better grade of lubricants because we are conscious of environmental sustainability. And with that, we have new additive technologies coming in. But as we all do that, there's the need for sustainability and managing the cost. As BSF mentioned, new requirements like for the EV. So the lubricants that are coming in for the EV vehicles are not the same ones that you've been using for the normal IC engines. And of course, fuel quality, I know Piea has done a lot over the years to ensure that Kenya, we have very good fuel quality. So what we are seeing is there's a shift to the high-end multigrades and the synthetic lubricants. And these are the benefits that synthetic lubricants offer. They flow faster, like I said. For the modern engine, once you start it, you need that lubricant within 10 seconds to have flown to the top and start draining down. Easy cold starting, especially in cold environments, they can carry higher loads. So you'll find synthetics, especially in the industrial sector, they are very much in use. Okay, longer drain intervals. Because you also want to save on cost. The more we drain, the more we endanger our environment. So longer drain intervals will come into play. Oxidation control. The reason the oils darken so quickly is because they react to the oxygen in the air. But with the synthetic lubricants, high multigrades, they have the additives that contain oxidation. Then engine cleanliness and longer engine lives. We don't need to see so many junks in our mechanics garages because the engines are dead and the vehicles have been put aside. Of course, fuel economy and less emissions for environment. So at All Energy, we have the ranges of diesel engine oils, the Diomax range. We also have the petrol, the Excel range of lubricants, starting with the synthetics and the high multigrades. Also for the petrol, we have the Excel Fusion and Excel 10, which are available in all our 120 retail stations and retail distributors. We support this also with our lab and blending plant in Mombasa, where we are able to do condition monitoring as and when a customer requires. Next. We have OEM approvals, which is very important because we are just not selling something made out of a factory without the market in view. So we get to work with the OEMs to produce oils that meet the requirements of the vehicles that you're producing. And that is how we're able to get OEMs approval like this from Mercedes-Benz, and the next one from Volvo, from Renault, from DUS. So this one just tells you there is credibility. Because there are some people out here selling lubricants, they cannot produce such a document. There's no credibility. You get a lubricant in a pack that doesn't even show you the manufacturer, but it tells you the 0W30. There's no credibility. Next. Yeah, that's still another OEM approval that all has. And we don't only sell engine oils. We look, especially the heavy diesel commercial vehicles, they have more broader requirements for lubrication. So we have oils for all the different applications, including greases and transmission oils, okay, coolants as well. So we have a broad range of lubricants to supply to the market as demanded by the customers. Joseph, you talked about coolant, and just to show you what goes into a coolant, distilled water, not just any water. The standards require to use distilled water, because water is what is actually the heat exchanger. Some people think that the antifreeze is a heat exchanger. Water is a heat exchanger. And in the Kenyan standards, they require at least 33%. Then you have the antifreeze, which lowers the freezing point, increases the boiling point to prevent the water from boiling. Then you have additives, and dye is one of them, color. So guys out there, some say the best coolant is red, others say it's blue. That is just color, okay? Buy coolant from a genuine source, especially from the retail stations. Next, and of course, two-stroke engines. For the longest, when motorcycles started becoming many in Kenya, they were using the normal automotive lubricants. And so many of them were messing up. Why? Because a four-stroke motorcycle, in terms of the engine operation, yes, it functions just like the one for a vehicle. But in terms of the lubrication system, the lubrication for the engine, for the clutch, and the gearbox is combined. Therefore, you must use a lubricant that services those three systems without damaging any. And for example, motorcycles do not have friction modifiers, because that would damage the clutch. Okay? For the two-stroke engine, they don't even have a sump where the oil can be stored. So the oil is mixed with the air-fuel mixture, and it's burned. That's why you call it a total loss system. So this cannot be the same one like the other one. Neither can it be the same like the one for the vehicles. So they are specific lubricants for the two-stroke, specific for the four-stroke. And for the motorcycle engine oils, the guiding standards are mainly the Japanese ones, the JASO, MA, MA2, and the FC. We also have monogrades, multigrades, and the synthetic motorcycle engine oils. This one, because we have a lot of motorcycles, not only in Kenya, but in East Africa, it's important that they use the correct lubricants to avoid doing a lot of damage and also polluting our environment because of undue emissions. Then All Energy is the authorized distributor for mobile in Kenya and East Africa. And we have all the range of the engine oils, industrial oils, and any other specialized oils that come from ExxonMobil. And they are preferred and they have approvals for many critical machinery that is operating within our different industrial and automotive sectors. And I think that is the end of my presentation.
That we had received from our silver sponsor. Another round of applause. Yeah, this is what happens when you support industry to have such a because we said the secretary we have the convening power, and once we get members supporting this kind of endeavor, then definitely there is a reward for it. Don't you agree? Thank you very much. That was excellent information, and definitely Kenya is, I couldn't agree more, is the place to be. I have been advised that we do have a representative from the Ministry of Trade and Industrialization, and I've asked for his name. I still haven't gotten the text. I just want to make sure, if you're in the room, please identify yourself before we go to the next session. I think they were on the way, don't you think? Because they haven't arrived. So please allow us to go to the next session. I'm waiting for any cue from the Platinum sponsor when you're ready. But meanwhile, could we please have the representative from CFAO and from Total Energies and also from Rubies, is that right? From Rubies. I know, it's interesting. Industry associations such as a Piea is the only place where competitors sit together without killing each other. Seriously speaking, because the conversations that we have are on cross-cutting issues, not on the bottom line. Everything that is good for the sector growth, everything that is good for the consumer, everything that is good for economic development, there is no fight there. The fight begins when people wear different shirts outside Piea forums. That's where the battle is, and we're not involved in that one. So kindly, could we have those representatives come to the front if they're here? And I think they are here. The representatives from Total, CFAO, and Rubies. I don't know if the representative from Kengen is here now. Are they? If not, let us have, yes. All you need to do is leave one seat for me. Wherever it is that you will sit, I will join you. Thank you very much. I think the one thing that the lubricant segment is not doing very well in is in the gender representation. I'm not sure, I don't want to condemn before I actually get the confirmation, if it's just for this particular segment or this is indicative of the increase in employment and opportunities in the segment that will take place once we have the right policies and the right legal and regulatory framework in place, and once we actually grow the market, isn't it? Okay, so very simple questions that I have for the three gentlemen that are in front of us, and this is all about applications. We are going to have a conversation about applications. We've had a very comprehensive presentation by our silver sponsor, Ola, and I think it's time now to delve a little bit further into the role of lubricants in energy transition. I actually realized from the presentation that Ola has just made that indeed it's not just a question about the place of lubricants and coolants in energy transition, but the transition of lubricants and coolants in energy transition. Did anyone else feel the same? Because we're talking about, improving the quality, taking into consideration emerging issues of health and the environment and the machinery that the OEMs are coming up with. So I will give a minute for each of you to just introduce yourselves and the relevance of the subject matter to the entities that you're representing. You don't need to go too much into detail because I'll then ask other questions thereafter. So I'll start with you. introduce yourself and the company and the interest that you have in this particular specific conversation on application.
Good morning. My name is Paul Cheruyot. I'm the National Parts Manager for CFAO Motors Kenya. CFAO Motors is not very well known yet, but it is formerly Toyota Kenya and DT Dobby. So we merged together and we became CFAO Motors. So in CFAO Motors, we deal in motor vehicles, and motor vehicles use lubricants, and that's why we are here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Oliver Biogo. I'm the commercial manager in Total Energies, in charge of specialty. And just to respond to Wanjiku, why you are not seeing ladies, if I can give our case, we have very good 5 strong lady engineers, lubricant engineers, who are out in the field passing the knowledge, sharing the knowledge with the customer, and making sure that customers are getting access to different solutions, different product and services that are there. And this is a good step. I'm sure if you are to talk to Baraka during their time, how many ladies were there on the lubricant field, especially from a technical point. Probably there were none compared to where we have right now, which I think it's a good step, and they're in the right space. And very soon, maybe going to the future, we'll be seeing more and more ladies championing the agenda of the customer, championing the agenda of the lubricant. For me, I'm a very firm believer that you might have very, very good medicine, but if you don't have the right doctors, then you'll have wrong prescription, we'll have the patient dying. And if I bring it as synonymous to lubricant, the gentleman from Ola was dispensing knowledge on lubricant, which is very, very, very good. But it's the same thing that we want our mechanics. When you go to Grogan, when you go to Eldoret, that they should have the same type of knowledge and information that we have, so that they can make the right decision. And our gentleman from KRA might not have his radiator breakdown if we equip them and we give them this knowledge. Thank you very much.
Is it morning or it's afternoon already?
It's morning.
My name is Nicodemus Musau. I'm the lubricant sales manager for Rubis. As you know, Rubis is a partner with Castro, and I'm sure you have been seeing a lot of very nicely branded Castro products across all our stations and across the market in Kenya. One key thing about Rubis is that we are very keen on renewable energy, and obviously it's going to be one of the things that is going to impact a lot the usage of lubricants going into the future. And this is going to be a very interesting topic for us to be able to explore on. The other thing is that I'm just a team leader. My team has a lot of ladies within, so do not get scared that you only see gentlemen around here. And the other thing that, of course, Castro is a leading innovator in terms of lubricants, and key is innovation towards ensuring that the environment is really, really protected. So we really are very keen on that particular part of this world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those introductory remarks. And indeed, I think you're just confirming, the two gentlemen are just confirming what we women in the room suspected, that the women are actually out doing the work. Which, yes, and it's not tokenism, it is actually just giving them opportunity, because the opportunity should be equal for all. But where there is a woman, if you give her an opportunity, she'll actually be out there doing the work, and your bottom line is just increasing and increasing and increasing. So thank you very much for that. I think we would like to just start off with Oliver, because he said you made a very interesting remark about information going down even to the mechanics. And if there has been one champion, it's Baraka. I don't know how he does it, but Baraka goes down to the real consumer. So as a leading brand owner, and that's the truth of the fact, one of the leading brand owners, what is it that you're doing that is different with respect to how you educate the recipients of, or the users of large organizations, especially such as FAO, or who was previously Toyota and DT Dobby, and other customers within your organization?
Thank you very much. So one of the things that we do is to identify what gaps are there. Because if you go to an OEM, the technical gaps or the technical needs of an OEM are completely different than what you'll find in a cement factory, in a steel factory. So we are looking at this type of what gaps are there, what solution are we do we need to do? Is it enhancement of capacity in terms of knowledge? Is it enhancement capacity in terms of condition monitoring of lubricant? Is it giving them capacity to do better maintenance practices from a software point? And I was happy when Dr. Wakiru was talking about usage of technology to drive maintenance, whether it's the Internet of Things, whether it's using AI to make better maintenance decision. So we are giving customers these different tools that we have, and also borrowing from different practices, different experiences across the globe. Meaning a sugar company in Cuba, for example, has the same technical maintenance challenges like a sugar company in Western Kenya. So what is it that has been done in Cuba that can be replicated on the Kenyan side, and also creating a room for customers to share different type of experiences that they have, because it's very different when it comes from a brand owner compared to when it comes to a peer in the same industry. Maybe for my friend here from a CFAO, it will make sense for him to hear from somebody who's in Mexico who had the same type of environment that they are operating in. So we are creating also these different platforms for the customer to be able to exchange and also have a depository of information. When we are talking about engines, when you're talking about gearbox, what is it that is common in terms of operating environment and usage for this type of customer? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very, very well answered. And I think naturally, Paul, you take the microphone, because it would be interesting to hear how it is that the kind of advisory that you extend to your customers on matters to do with lubricants, and how it is that you match your equipment with the lubricants that are in the market, or how you respond to the supplier with respect to the specifications that you would want to be met by the need of your products.
Yes, so thank you very much. So in terms of our, let me call it our equipment, which is our vehicles, the engines, the transmissions that we have in our vehicles, each of them has an OE specification of lubricants. So our advice to our customers is to use OE approved lubricants or equivalent, so that the vehicles that they purchase from us can give them optimal performance, and also the longevity, like the length of use of those vehicles are enhanced. One of the speakers mentioned about radiators, or which one was the other one? The radiator parts and the cooling components being replaced many times. I know I'm a parts manager at Safari Motors Kenya, and one of my targets is sales volume. So when I sell a lot of radiators, I meet my targets. But it's not my objective to sell radiators and the customers are suffering. What we want is customers to optimally use their vehicles, and we want to only maintain the vehicles for wear and tear, which are normal, not the ones which are caused by incorrect use or use of incorrect lubricants or counterfeits. And in the bucket also we have substandard lubricants. So our customers, normally we advise them to make sure that they purchase their lubricants from the correct suppliers, authenticated service centers, so that their vehicles can give them value for money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nicodemus, it would be interesting to hear whether you are actually able to meet the quality of the desired lubricants from the OEMs, from our local manufacturers?
Thank you. For me to start off, one of the things that you need to understand is that Castro is, as I said, is a leading innovator in terms of technology for lubricants. In fact, the first lubricant was a Castro lubricant. And that just tells you to the extent to which we go to ensure that that we are keeping your vehicles moving on the roads. Now, in order for us to be able to meet the requirements of the OEMs, one of the things that we do is that we ensure that the sourcing of our materials, you know, you have the base oils, you have the additives, we ensure that we are sourcing from the best of the best. And you actually find that if you are a leading manufacturer of lubricants, obviously there are only a few selected and approved suppliers of these base oils and additives, and which meet the requirements of the OEMs. Over and above that, for Castro, we are proud that our products are actually approved by all, if not most, if not all the OEMs. And I will even challenge some of you that when you go to your VW, you go to your Mercedes, you go to your Jaguar, you will actually see even Castro is engraved on the oil cap of your, of your equipment. And that tells you that the first oil that was put into that equipment was actually Castro. That is the extent to which we go. We ensure that our products are tested by the OEMs and we get the approvals for that. So the sourcing of the materials from the OEM approved sources guarantees that kind of level. Of course, the other thing obviously is that there is operational bit that needs to be done at the blending plant where you are producing the lubricant so that you can be able to meet that. And Castro is very stringent in the way they develop their products and produce their products. So obviously what we will do is that once we have sourced the materials from the best of suppliers, then we ensure that the process that we are using to manufacture the products, whether it is heated blending and whatnot, meets the requirements of Castro in order that they can be able to meet the OEM requirements. Over and above that, of course, is a quality assurance. You have to make sure that the quality assurance standards, the labs that you use to develop and produce the products, actually meet the standards that Castro has engraved across the globe. And that we ensure that we do. And I can assure Kenyans that the products that we are manufacturing for Castro in Kenya are approved by Castro Global and meet the requirements of most of your equipments, whether in industry, in automotive. Thank you.
For that. Before I give an opportunity again to Paul to respond to a question, Oliver, I want you to hold on to that. It would be great to understand how it is that you ensure that the OEMs that you supply comply with the best practices there are with respect to the utilization of the product for the right use, and also on matters to do with the HSE, whether it is used oil, whether it is the packaging. And I know we are going to have a session later that will be moderated by my colleague Gayuma with respect to ensuring that the used oil is disposed of in a manner that doesn't then come back to haunt the environment and in fact as per the prescribed regulations. But what is it that you do to work with your customer to ensure that you're aligned in terms of standards and best practice?
One of our biggest challenge, and I can imagine is a challenge that most lubricant player will face, is that waste oil by most of the users is treated as a revenue generation center. So this is the first challenge. So how do we create good policies and practices for this customer to see that eventually do you have traceability of where this waste oil is going? And those who are in the lubricant industry, if you check your phone from last night and today in the morning, there's a video circulating of some counterfeit product that has been found by the police. And when you look at the sources, that they took waste oil, they put it in a centrifuge, and it removed the soot. And this is what is being used to repackage the product. So the first thing is to bring this reality to our customer, is that do have traceability of how this waste oil has been disposed. Who has disposed this oil for you? Are they accredited by NEMA as a disposer of waste oil? Do you have a certificate to confirm that the waste oil that you gave, it's 1,000 liters, 5,000 liters? was indeed disposed in an environmentally friendly way. So this is what we do to the customer. The other thing that we do is that we work with the different partners, different parties through the industry, Piea and Geocycle, which is an affiliate of Bamburi Cement, to consolidate our effort in collection of this waste oil by availing the resources for storage and also the truck to transport this waste oil that it can be incinerated in a kiln. But the biggest conversation we need to have with our customer is that if it's not handled properly, it's going to damage the environment. If it's not going to damage the environment, it's going to damage somebody's car. And if it's not going to damage somebody's car, KRA are not going to achieve their objectives in terms of revenue collection from the sourcing of raw material, from the value-added tax and the like. So we need to bring these conversation to a really higher level where waste oil is not seen as a source of revenue or is not seen as a Koroga generator where people on Friday, they know that they'll go for a Koroga from the money they made from waste oil. The other thing that we do is advocacy through industry, NEMA, Kenya Bureau of Standard, to look at how do they license waste oil collector. How do they check on traceability of how this waste oil, if it's going to be re-refined and recycled, is it indeed going to be done that way, or is it going to end up in the market as a counterfeit product? The other thing that we do is that as much as we look at our bottom line, we look at our P&L, very key is to make sure that the solution we are giving to the customer is optimal. So how do we need to migrate you from draining your oil at 7,000 to 10,000 to 15,000 so that you can optimize on your reliability, optimize on your availability of your equipment, because at the end of the day, most of the customer, what they're looking at is what is their total cost of ownership, and if it's transporter is how much does it cost me per kilometer to maintain my vehicle. So what solution can we give to help them achieve this objective? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very, very comprehensively answered. So Paul, tell us what you're doing internally with the advisory from your supplier to ensure that the oil that is changed in your facilities does not come back to be repackaged as virgin lubricant.
Yeah, so in our place in Safa Motors, Kenya, as Oliver has very well explained, we do not just dispose our oils. We have a certified collector of waste oil who has been licensed by NEMA, and when they collect this oil, they come back and provide us with certificate to confirm that the oil has been properly disposed. So because we have a responsibility for the environment as a corporate citizen, we do not want our facilities, our services, our processes to impact the environment negatively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are now coming to the end, and what I would like to hear from Mr. Musau, what challenges, if any, are you currently facing as a brand owner, number one, and do you have proposed solutions? Thirdly, what is your take on where the lubricants segment is going or can go with the interventions that you may perhaps imply to under the solutions that you propose to the challenges, if any?
Thank you. Now I'll take the question on two fronts, and one is on lubricants, and then on the other front is on coolants. I think there is a presenter who already mentioned earlier that that we have a challenge in the industry, that we do feel that there is no proper regulation in terms of the quality standards of lubricants in this market. Why? Because when we go to the market, because I'm a salesperson, when we go to the market, you find that you can be able to get products in the market which are pretty cheaper than even what a base oil would cost. So there is, and I think it's a cry across the market that we have proliferation of cheap products, probably which are not meeting the requirements. And therefore, we feel that there is a challenge in terms of the regulatory bodies to monitor and ensure that they crack down on the people that are bringing in this. Of course, across the market also, we find that there is the challenge of that you cannot be able to know whether this lubricant is made from virgin base oil or this product is recycled. In markets that are developed, you find that if you generate a lubricant from recycled base oil, you declare it as recycled. But in this market, you find that there is a mix of both virgin base oil based products and recycled based products, which you cannot be able to differentiate in the market. So a very big challenge, and the challenge I think goes back to the regulatory bodies, and probably you can be able to help us, that we need to push for regulation and for crackdown of the people that are bringing in substandard products or manufacturing substandard product to be cracked down, and so that we can have sanity. And this is going to drive back to the consumer in terms of that you have your equipment is going to be safe, it's going to last you longer because you are using the correct product, and people are actually guiding you on the product appropriately.
Thank you very much. Olivier, if you can take the microphone then. If the challenge has already been disseminated by Nicodemus, perhaps you would want to give us your views on where next for the segment, the lubricants and coolants, and any solution that has perhaps not been mentioned, if there's an opportunity for us to hear of it and run with it, so that we can salvage the sector and give it an opportunity to actually grow as it should.
The knowledge gap is a big topic, and when you talk about knowledge gap, it cuts across. It's on the consumer, because as a consumer you have basic responsibility in terms of what you need to know, what has been put in your car. But the biggest onus is on brand owners to really bridge this knowledge gap. We cannot avoid that majority of vehicles are being serviced in Juakali sector. So what do we need to do to make sure that we empower the mechanic, the Juakali mechanic, who do almost 50–60% of the services of the vehicle in the country. So we need to pass this information that we have so that we can enhance capacity. The other thing is also a challenge to the regulator, especially the Kenya Revenue Authority and the Kenya Bureau of Standard. If you look at the statistic of raw material that has been imported into the country as base oil, are they able to do an end-to-end match to see that was this raw material really converted, or was this raw material that had been under-declared as base oil to enjoy a preferential tax duty benefit than a finished product. So if these loopholes can be addressed, brands are willing to invest in terms of asset, to invest in terms of blending plants, which will actually spill over in terms of generating capital, generating jobs, not only directly but also to the indirect industry. Invest also in terms of brand awareness, and when you're investing in brand awareness, it means that you're injecting capital in the media, you're injecting capital in advertising, you're injecting money in below the line agencies, and majority of these agencies are Kenyan owned. So we'll be contributing in terms of our role to build the economy. And when we're talking about investment in blending facility, most of these blending facilities are actually operated by Kenyans. So these Kenyans are trained, they are given opportunity to look at global knowledge, what is being done, and I can give a case of our blending plant where almost 50% of the people who are working there as Total Energies employee have been exposed to other blending plant in Europe, and this knowledge now is brought back to the country, is brought back to Africa, and they're able also to pass this knowledge to other regional market. For example, if you have an issue with a blending plant in Tanzania, instead of flying somebody from Portugal, somebody from France, we get somebody from Kenya to go and sort the plant in Tanzania, and this will help build capacity for the East African population and the African population, because at the end of the day, is that the solutions are with us. So we need to give people this solution. We need to give the population this solution, and this information can be cascaded downwards to the generation that are going to come, where now people will start going to Europe to give assistance to the blending plant that are there coming from our African country. Thank you.
A round of applause, really, a round of applause, and really reinforcing what Dr. Yusuf said, really that the future is here. And I'm so glad that we have KEA represented at that level. We've been talking about training. I know we agreed with the CG last week that they must train the people in the PMU so that they can understand what data on import means to either tax evasion or red flags where there is no correlation between what you've imported and what you actually have produced, if at all. Last but not least, Paul, any challenges, proposed solutions, and what does the future look like?
Yeah, so the challenges, of course, like Oliver has alluded to, and also my colleague there, mostly is about education to our consumers, because the biggest one is consumers or our customers using the wrong lubricants for the wrong applications, and therefore they are not getting value for their money, you know. So that is the biggest challenge, and I think the solution is for all of us to continue with that kind of knowledge sharing with our customers, with our colleagues, so that everyone who uses a motor vehicle or an equipment knows the correct lubricants, the correct what to use in that lubricant. The other challenge I want to pose, and I think Oliver has already said, is benchmarking. So we do not want a situation where maybe in Kenya here, maybe we do not have the correct level of technology or knowledge to produce some types of lubricants. For example, for Cephal motors, we have some, you know, if I use the example of Toyota, we have many brands. For Toyota, we have Toyota Genuine spare parts, and it goes through a lot of approvals. So we got an approval for Toyota Genuine motor oil, we call it TGMO, produced and blended in Kenya, and it is approved by Toyota Motor Corporation. So we want to have an extension of that, maybe to start producing gear oils in Kenya, producing coolants, producing all other lubricants locally, and approved by the OEM, instead of us continuing to import products which are manufactured in other countries. Yet we would like to build Kenya by buying Kenya. So that's the other challenge. And of course, the last one, again, is on quality. We need to maintain the highest quality in all our products so that we can give the best value for our customers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to our panelists. And definitely the hope is we've already made some steps towards addressing some of the challenges. We have worked very hard as a Lubes task force, as you may know. We have EPRA, who will be making a presentation later. We have licensing regulations that have been sitting at the ministry, I believe, for the last 4 years or so. They still haven't, Baraka is just showing me, 10 years almost, yeah, we have reviewed. They still haven't been gazetted, which is another reason why it's very difficult to actually audit and trace who are these real manufacturers, what are they importing, what are they manufacturing, etc., etc. We have worked very closely with the CABs. We meet them on a quarterly basis, and we also have monthly meetings with respect to counterfeiting and enforcement of the very standards that we sit as technical persons to contribute to. Anti-Counterfeit Authority, we work very closely with them. Obviously, with KERA, we're working very close with them in terms of illicit trade. And we really wish that there would be better understanding of the damage that illicit trade can do on a market or on an opportunity that we have in the country for buying local building to build Kenya. I think on information and knowledge, that is an area that we have to continue building on. And that's why I'm saying if anyone hasn't registered their teams for the masterclass that is taking place tomorrow, we have these wonderful resource people. please register. You will not regret. And we continue to train other persons within the sector on the lubricant segment. And actually, the utilization of Africa's capacity can only benefit Africa to a very large extent. And I know that it's happening with geothermal. The Kenyan technical people have been advising other African countries on how to do the generation of geothermal and convert it to electricity. So another round of applause for our panelists. We thank you very much. And I'm wondering whether, oh, yeah, sorry. So they come to the front, we come to the front for a photograph, but I'm wondering whether it's time for a break or we have one more session before I kill people. Huh? Please don't faint on me. We can go for a break after this. How many minutes? So I'm giving you a 10-minute break, just to call the shots, because if we do 15, it will be too long. A 10 minutes break after this photograph. Please clap for yourselves for staying the course. And I think, please strictly after 10 minutes so that we can try and keep time. The program is a little bit heavier than we had anticipated. There's a lot of information. It's the first one, so it was also learning from us. So let's have the photograph. A round of applause as you go for your tea for the panelists. Oh, center again. Who will be our timekeeper? Who will be our timekeeper? It's now 11:34.
Just like the lion's powerful roar opens up new territories, in 2023, KCB continued to open up infrastructure and economic doors across Eastern and Central Africa, dissolving financial barriers and connecting 7 markets from the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean. We're the market leader in trade finance, facilitating trade for businesses across the region. Our pride continues to grow, building bridges internationally with the TMB acquisition in 2022. By repositioning our investment offering, we're opening up bespoke products for our esteemed customers. And because we exist for people, for better, our commitment to opening up new markets also extends to education and entrepreneurship. We're addressing inequalities in secondary school and tertiary education, awarding over 4,000 scholarships. Through Tujiajiri, we've created over 132,000 jobs, funding entrepreneurs to the tune of 260 million. The lionesses are not to be forgotten. Through the FLME, we're empowering women in business with 90 billion shillings already disbursed. We believe in winning together, and sportsmanship runs in our veins. KCB stands tall in the world of sport, dominating in volleyball, rugby and chess. We champion collective victory and embody sportsmanship at our core. Our unwavering support not only fuels growth in our economy, but also unites Kenyans through the thrill of motorsports. we're banking on the power of sports to open doors for young talents. This year, we upped the ante, injecting 168 million into the Safari Rally as its official financial partner. KCB's rich history with golf continued as we swung into action, investing 60 million into the East Africa Golf Tour. Like a true lion, we also believe in protecting our own, partnering to plant 400,000 trees and achieving a 12.3% green loan book. We're firmly on track to sustainable business. Our 7 billion shilling sustainability-linked loan to Safaricom, a first in the region, testifies to our commitment to do good in the community. Speaking of community, we're making dreams come true with affordable housing loans below 10% interest. And Partner Core Ground is empowering MSMEs, lending over 100 billion shillings across the region, innovatively improving customer journeys to ensure quick and affordable access to funds. The Lion's Roar is not just conquering physical financial barriers, but digital ones too. 99% of our transactions are digital. We're also first in market offering term loans on mobile with enhanced limits and longer repayment periods. We're a financial frontrunner, serving our customers and transforming their lives through innovation, sustainable business, and bold strides. The lion continues to roar, opening up opportunities for people, for better. KCB.
Oil condition monitoring is an integral part of machinery maintenance programs for all sectors. Any piece of equipment that has a lubricating system is a potential candidate for oil analysis. At Bureau Veritas, we believe that equipment reliability starts with a consistent oil analysis program. By tracking oil sample results over the lifespan of machinery, trends can be established which can help eliminate costly repairs or unscheduled downtime. Oil samples are taken by the customer and then couriered to one of our 17 global oil analysis laboratories. When an oil sample arrives at the laboratory, it will be processed and a job will be added to our Lube Oil Analysis Management software, LOMS. Our highly skilled chemists subject a typical oil sample to 24 standard tests, and 98% of samples are turned around within 24 hours. Customers can also choose tailored packages to meet their specific needs. Once all the tests are complete, the data is fed into an extremely powerful artificial intelligence system that we call Charles, named after one of our most experienced senior data analysts. Charles uses cutting-edge machine learning software and learns from our extensive historic data set, which allows it to predict the severity and recommendations for new samples. With the efficiency that Charles brings, our data analysts are now able to spend considerably more time and attention investigating the abnormal and critical samples that are of most importance to our customers. Once the results are released, our cell phone-friendly LOMS app is perfect for viewing test reports on the move. LOMS allows customers to get quick access to test results, and with the level of control that LOMS brings, it has never been easier to optimize the productivity of machinery using real-time oil analysis data. Each test report brings clarity to complex test results, so that customers can take immediate and decisive maintenance actions that save money and prevent equipment failure.
Bureau Veritas Oil Analysis. Insightful, actionable, personable.
Driven by society, Bureau Veritas navigates the major global trends that are changing Africa. Digitalization of interaction, urbanization, growing energy needs, and the rise of middle classes are just a few of the megatrends that are facing African countries and give rise to new expectations in terms of quality, safety performance, and environmental protection. As a worldwide leader in testing, inspection, and certification, Bureau Veritas has implemented for more than 120 years an unrivaled network across Africa, with 30 offices and more than 30 laboratories covering 45 countries and 2,700 local experts serving more than 10,000 companies. Our mission is to reduce risk, improve our clients' performance, and help them innovate to meet society's challenges with confidence. We are present all around Africa in various sectors. In the oil and gas industry, the Bureau Veritas Africa teams help clients to be compliant, plus improve their managerial and production processes. We strive to offer added value along the full supply chain of oil and gas operations, from design and construction, procurement and installation, to operations onshore and offshore. We help our clients maintain security of supply, improve operational performance, and preserve the life of their assets. We perform quality assurance and quality control during construction of large power infrastructure. We perform control through stack emission measurements. We deliver assessment of operational performance through inspection and measurement at site. Our end-to-end services help improve construction safety and quality, control supply chain quality, and improve the sustainability and performance of assets. Laboratory analysis and inspection services enable exploration companies to identify extractable resources, support project viability, and secure the trade supply chain. Bureau Veritas covers the full range of commodities. The group can help every player in the food value chain meet the highest standards of quality, product integrity, health and safety, environment, and social. Our wide range of services and digital solutions ensure food safety, quality, and traceability from field to plate. 130
At every moment, our world experiences a multitude of changes. With the challenges of this day and age, industries must continue to find ways to run smoothly. The right choice of lubricant is what industries need to push forward. And that's where we come in. We take pride in our ability to meet the requirements of diverse sectors, from manufacturing to transportation through premium products. This is achieved by our plants ELOMP and DLPP. Enox Lubricants and Grease Manufacturing Plant in Fujairah delivers stellar successes thanks to our streamlined operations and team's commitment to keep us a step ahead. The largest production facility of its kind in the Middle East and Africa, ELOMP Fujairah delivers cutting-edge solutions each day. Built at the port of Fujairah, ELOMP's strategic geographical location allows easy access to incoming raw materials and global shipping routes. Here, a wide range of automotive, industrial, and marine lubricants add value to enterprises. Meeting the latest international standards and OEM approval is key to how we achieve operational excellence. Our blending operations are powered by an advanced laboratory equipped with state-of-the-art testing technology that enables us to meet the high standards and level of consistency our trusted clients are accustomed to. Quality and precision are of great importance. An expanded blending facility in Jebel Ali Free Zone, DLPP, is the next step towards achieving ambitious production targets. The latest technologies play a role in increasing volumes and product variation. Our highly sophisticated blending systems include an automatic batch blender, ABB, and SMB for continuous and bulk blends. The incorporation of cutting-edge technologies, however, doesn't stop here, as we celebrate our achievements for being the first blending plant to be powered by solar energy, a bold step towards becoming a self-sufficient plant. High environmental standards, in line with globally accepted best practices, enable us to progress and grow within our community for generations to come. With every dawn that sets upon us, we continue to build on our successes and celebrate our achievements. We work tirelessly to ensure our customers' demands are met, improving our products and services to meet ever-evolving demands. Nothing stands in the way as Enoch Blending and Manufacturing Plants continues to make anything possible.
Driven by society, Bureau Veritas navigates the major global trends that are changing Africa. Digitalization of interaction, urbanization, growing energy needs, and the rise of middle classes are just a few of the megatrends that are facing African countries and give rise to new expectations in terms of quality, safety performance, and environmental protection. As a worldwide leader in testing, inspection, and certification, Bureau Veritas has implemented for more than 120 years an unrivaled network across Africa, with 30 offices and more than 30 laboratories covering 45 countries and 2,700 local experts serving more than 10,000 companies. Our mission is to reduce risk, improve our clients' performance, and help them innovate to meet society's challenges with confidence. We are present all around Africa in various sectors. In the oil and gas industry, the Bureau Veritas Africa teams help clients to be compliant, plus improve their managerial and production processes. We strive to offer added value along the full supply chain of oil and gas operations, from design and construction, procurement and installation, to operations onshore and offshore. We help our clients maintain security of supply, improve operational performance, and preserve the life of their assets. We perform quality assurance and quality control during construction of large power infrastructure. We perform control through stack emission measurements. We deliver assessment of operational performance through inspection and measurement at site. Our end-to-end services help improve construction safety and quality, control supply chain quality, and improve the sustainability and performance of assets. Laboratory analysis and inspection services enable exploration companies to identify extractable resources, support project viability, and secure the trade supply chain. Bureau Veritas covers the full range of commodities. The group can help every player in the food value chain meet the highest standards of quality, product integrity, health and safety, environment, and social. Our wide range of services and digital solutions ensure food safety, quality, and traceability from field to plate. 132,000 cocoa producers were certified UTZ Sustainable Certification by Bureau Veritas in West Africa. Our precision farming services help the local producers to increase their production safely. Our comprehensive service portfolio covers the entire spectrum of testing, inspection, and audit services. We certify your management system to improve your business processes. As a trade facilitator, we provide, through our verification of conformity, programs and single window solutions for governments to improve revenue collections, streamline and secure foreign trade processes, and protect citizens from substandard goods. By constantly bringing innovative and customized solutions, Bureau Veritas is the nexus of the trust and transparency between businesses, consumers, public authorities, and society as a whole. By its commitment to helping society achieve its aspirations, the group supports several nonprofit organizations, such as Women in Africa, whose aim is to develop female entrepreneurship, or Dream Girls Academy, dedicated to the children's education. Bureau Veritas is proud to be contributing to Africa's future.
Oil condition monitoring is an integral part of machinery maintenance programs for all sectors. Any piece of equipment that has a lubricating system is a potential candidate for oil analysis. At Bureau Veritas, we believe that equipment reliability starts with a consistent oil analysis program. By tracking oil sample results over the lifespan of machinery, trends can be established which can help eliminate costly repairs or unscheduled downtime. Oil samples are taken by the customer and then couriered to one of our 17 global oil analysis laboratories. When an oil sample arrives at the laboratory, it will be processed and a job will be added to our Lube Oil Analysis Management Software, LOAMS. Our highly skilled chemists subject a typical oil sample to 24 standard tests, and 98% of samples are turned around within 24 hours. Customers can also choose tailored packages to meet their specific needs. Once all the tests are complete, the data is fed into an extremely powerful artificial intelligence system that we call Charles, named after one of our most experienced senior data analysts. Charles uses cutting-edge machine learning software and learns from our extensive historic data set, which allows it to predict the severity and recommendations for new samples. With the efficiency that Charles brings, our data analysts are now able to spend considerably more time and attention investigating the abnormal and critical samples that are of most importance to our customers. Once the results are released, our cell phone-friendly Loams app is perfect for viewing test reports on the move. Loams allows customers to get quick access to test results, and with the level of control that Loams brings, it has never been easier to optimize the productivity of machinery using real-time oil analysis data. Each test report brings clarity to complex test results, so that customers can take immediate and decisive maintenance actions that save money and prevent equipment failure.
Bureau Veritas Oil Analysis. Insightful, actionable, personable.
World leaders in testing, inspection, and certification services, Bureau Veritas is proud to be shaping a world of trust through openness, accountability, and transparency of action. Operating with absolute integrity, we provide crucial quality control services to major players in the oil and petrochemical industry. Using diverse analytical techniques and cutting-edge technology, we ensure that product quality is preserved across your value chain. Using a global network of laboratory testing facilities, we leverage our management systems to be competitive and sustainable so that we can achieve excellence for your business. Our 17025 accredited state-of-the-art laboratories are home to the latest in analytical equipment and are staffed by master chemists and highly trained technicians, providing precise results to major players within the industry. We offer inspection, testing, and consultancy services at loading, discharge, and ship-to-ship locations around the world, operating under the most stringent quality and HSE controls so that your business complies with national and international standards. We provide independent verification of the quantity and quality of crude oil, fuel oil, diesel fuel, petrol, jet fuel, LPG, and petrochemicals. We offer a suite of testing and inspection services to support the oil and gas industry, including cargo treatment, oil condition monitoring, marine fuel services, specialized testing services, and transformer oil analysis. Our goal is to help you improve performance, reduce risk, and maintain service excellence. Contact us for assistance with all your oil and petrochemical compliance and certification needs. Bureau Veritas, shaping a world of trust.
Just like the lion's powerful roar opens up new territories, in 2023, KCB continued to open up infrastructure and economic doors across Eastern and Central Africa, dissolving financial barriers and connecting 7 markets from the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean. We're the market leader in trade finance, facilitating trade for businesses across the region. Our pride continues to grow, building bridges internationally with the TMB acquisition in 2022. By repositioning our investment offering, we're opening up bespoke products for our esteemed customers. And because we exist for people, for better, our commitment to opening up new markets also extends to education and entrepreneurship. We're addressing inequalities in secondary school and tertiary education, awarding over 4,000 scholarships. Through Tujiajiri, we've created over 132,000 jobs, funding entrepreneurs to the tune of 260 million. The lionesses are not to be forgotten. Through the FLME, we're empowering women in business with 90 billion shillings already disbursed. We believe in winning together, and sportsmanship runs in our veins. KCB stands tall in the world of sport, dominating in volleyball, rugby and chess. We champion collective victory and embody sportsmanship at our core. Our unwavering support not only fuels growth in our economy, but also unites Kenyans through the thrill of motorsports. We're banking on the power of sports to open doors for young talents. This year, we upped the ante, injecting 168 million into the Safari Rally as its official financial partner. KCB's rich history with golf continued as we swung into action, investing 60 million into the East Africa Golf Tour. Like a true lion, we also believe in protecting our own, partnering to plant 400,000 trees and achieving a 12.3% green loan book. We're firmly on track to sustainable business. Our 7 billion shilling sustainability-linked loan to Safaricom, a first in the region, testifies to our commitment to do good in the community. Speaking of community, we're making dreams come true with affordable housing loans below 10% interest. And Partner Core Ground is empowering MSMEs, lending over 100 billion shillings across the region, innovatively improving customer journeys to ensure quick and affordable access to funds. The lion's roar is not just conquering physical financial barriers, but digital ones too. 99% of our transactions are digital. We're also first in market offering term loans on mobile with enhanced limits and longer repayment periods. We're a financial frontrunner, serving our customers and transforming their lives through innovation, sustainable business and bold strides. The lion continues to roar, opening up opportunities for people, for better. KCB.
Oil condition monitoring is an integral part of machinery maintenance programs for all sectors. Any piece of equipment that has a lubricating system is a potential candidate for oil analysis. At Bureau Veritas, we believe that equipment reliability starts with a consistent oil analysis program. By tracking oil sample results over the lifespan,
just like the lion's powerful roar opens up new territories, in 2023, KCB continued to open up infrastructure and economic doors across Eastern and Central Africa, dissolving financial barriers and connecting 7 markets from the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean. We're the market leader in trade finance, facilitating trade for businesses across the region. Our pride continues to grow, building bridges internationally with the TMB acquisition in 2022. By repositioning our investment offering, we're opening up bespoke products for our esteemed customers. And because we exist for people, for better, our commitment to opening up new markets also extends to education and entrepreneurship. We're addressing inequalities in secondary school and tertiary education, awarding over 4,000 scholarships. Through Tujiajiri, we've created over 132,000 jobs, funding entrepreneurs to the tune of 260 million. The lionesses are not to be forgotten. Through the FLME, we're empowering women in business with 90 billion shillings already disbursed. We believe in winning together, and sportsmanship runs in our veins. KCB stands tall in the world of sports, dominating in volleyball, rugby and chess. We champion collective victory and embody sportsmanship at our core. Our unwavering support not only fuels growth in our economy, but also unites Kenyans through the thrill of motorsports. We're banking on the power of sports to open doors for young talents. This year, we upped the ante, injecting 168 million into the Safari Rally as its official financial partner. KCB's rich history with golf continued as we swung into action, investing 60 million into the East Africa Golf Tour. Like a true lion, we also believe in protecting our own, partnering to plant 400,000 trees and achieving a 12.3% green loan book. We're firmly on track to sustainable business. Our 7 billion shilling sustainability-linked loan to Safaricom, a first in the region, testifies to our
the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Engineer Elijah Akumu is the Director of Engineering and Construction. And how appropriate, because all our matters are to do with construction. Not yet. No, it's okay. I'm just saying construction. Yeah, because all our matters begin at construction. You know, we construct the manufacturing plants there before we can do anything else. But before that, I'm also pleased to announce that we finally have our platinum sponsor lead, who is going to have the floor soon after. We have had a 2-minute video. So once we have watched the video from our platinum sponsor, a round of applause for the platinum sponsor. You know, I keep repeating that if it wasn't for the sponsor, we would not have been having this forum. As you know, the Piea is a non-profit making. So for projects such as these, we always seek the kind support from our members, and all the sponsors that you've had are from within the Piea membership. And all the sponsors also have exhibition stands out there. I'm hoping that each of you had an opportunity to visit the exhibition so that you can learn a little bit more about the products, and you can also see for yourself what it is that they have done to transform this segment where we have barely scratched the surface and the potential that it pretends to hold for our economic development. So we are going to have the video. Then we'll have Angela. May I plead, Angela, that you make your remarks short, because a picture is worth 1,000 words. I think that is why you told us to first have the video. Of course, she's a woman. She knows that. She understands that. That's why she did it very strategically. Thank you. I always have to promote the woman. And I'm sure you don't mind, guys, because it's about equity, isn't it? Yeah, where there is no equity, there cannot be peace, there cannot be development, there can be little that we can do to achieve a sustainable development goal. So thank you for the support, gentlemen. A round of applause to yourselves. I will not come back here after Angela. So Elijah, you will take the floor to make your keynote address after Angela has made her remarks. And thereafter, I will be handing over to my colleague, Ayuma Lihanga, to take us through the next session. So let's have the video. Thank you.
Just like the lion's powerful roar opens up new territories, in 2023, KCB continued to open up infrastructure and economic doors across Eastern and Central Africa, dissolving financial barriers and connecting 7 markets from the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean. We're the market leader in trade finance, facilitating trade for businesses across the region. Our pride continues to grow, building bridges internationally with the TMB acquisition in 2022. By repositioning our investment offering, we're opening up bespoke products for our esteemed customers. And because we exist for people, for better, our commitment to opening up new markets also extends to education and entrepreneurship. We're addressing inequalities in secondary school and tertiary education, awarding over 4,000 scholarships. Through Tujiajiri, we've created over 132,000 jobs, funding entrepreneurs to the tune of 260 million. The lionesses are not to be forgotten. Through the FLME, we're empowering women in business with 90 billion shillings already disbursed. We believe in winning together, and sportsmanship runs in our veins. KCB stands tall in the world of sports, dominating in volleyball, rugby and chess. We champion collective victory and embody sportsmanship at our core. Our unwavering support not only fuels growth in our economy, but also unites Kenyans through the thrill of motorsports. We're banking on the power of sports to open doors for young talents. This year, we upped the ante, injecting 168 million into the Safari Rally as its official financial partner. KCB's rich history with golf continued as we swung into action, investing 60 million into the East Africa Golf Tour. Like a true lion, we also believe in protecting our own, partnering to plant 400,000 trees and achieving a 12.3% green loan book. We're firmly on track to sustainable business. Our 7 billion shilling sustainability-linked loan to Safaricom, a first in the region, testifies to our commitment to do good in the community. Speaking of community, we're making dreams come true with affordable housing loans below 10% interest. And Partner Core Ground is empowering MSMEs, lending over 100 billion shillings across the region, innovatively improving customer journeys to ensure quick and affordable access to funds. The Lion's Roar is not just conquering physical financial barriers, but digital ones too. 99% of our transactions are digital. We're also first in market offering term loans on mobile with enhanced limits and longer repayment periods. We're a financial frontrunner, serving our customers and transforming their lives through innovation, sustainable business and bold strides. The lion continues to roar, opening up opportunities for people, for better. KCB.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, my name is Angela Mwirigi. I'm the Director for Digital Financial Services. As you can see from our very nice video there, we support 99% of the transactions that our institution does. I'm very proud and happy to be here with you this morning. Oh, wait. That's because I was supposed to be here this morning. This afternoon, it's actually fascinating to see how big and exciting and interesting and variated this industry is. I was actually telling one of my colleagues outside that I'm fairly surprised that you have enough stories to fill so many magazines. So it's been quite an education to come and join you today. Yeah. We have quite a number of products that support you significantly, by the way, as an industry. But first I want to acknowledge the representatives from the ministry, from the EPRA, and I'm very happy that we are working together. KCB is on the board of the Petroleum Institute, and we do this because we firmly believe that we build these communities, and this, when we say for people for better, it is not an idle statement that we are making. We are determined to transform our communities across all the markets we are in. KCB is in over 7 countries. We count Ethiopia as well, even though that's only a representative office, but that would make us in 8 markets in this region. And our intention is that in all these markets that we provide end-to-end support, financing, working capital, capex support, asset finance, whatever, structured commodity finance, whatever it is people need in order to be able to grow their business effectively. I was talking with Noreen, my colleague here, who is the one who supports this entire industry, and she was telling me that we will finance from when you want to import with all the trade finance products that one could possibly need, all the way to building the factories that you need to build, to the distribution, to the logistics, every kind of support, financial injection of type of business or loan that someone requires from our organization, we are actually organized to take it and get it done. And that's the benefit of being 127 years old, you know? So when you've been around that long, if you haven't figured out how to do some of these things, then the fault might be your own. So I just wanted to reassure you that you're with a very solid partner. We are very happy to be supporting this industry, and please reach out to us for any of your needs. We have our team here, we have our table, for both, by the way, not just business, but personal needs as well. Don't forget, we also do retirement financing. Some, you know, the years push along for all of us. Then, you know, kids financing, all those. There's nothing we don't do. So whatever it is that is required, please feel free to reach out to us. We have our business cards on the table, and we'll be here to support whatever it is the business needs. We listen to every type and whatever is needed on a case-by-case basis. But let me make a last pitch, because you know this is a sales pitch. Let me make my last pitch for my digital products. We've been doing quite a bit of business with some of the oil companies, or the oil marketing companies. And we take the data that the oil marketing company makes an arrangement with us, and then for all their dealers, we provide mobile-based loans. And for some of them, we are doing even over R1 billion shillings a month with them for the dealers. And that is only serving about 30% of their dealers. We are also putting in the Islamic product, you know, because a lot of the oil industry, the people who own the dealerships, the franchises, are run by the Islamic community. And we are building what we call Sahal financing, which is the Islamic product from us on mobile. But the point is, Noreen, wave at the people. Thank you so much. That is the wonderful Noreen. Anything you need, we are very open to discuss and talk and make an arrangement that works for both of us. So thank you so much for having us. And you don't worry, you have a partner in KCB Bank. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's so difficult to talk after a sales lady has spoken. Indeed, it's as difficult as before 2000 when you wanted to open an account with the KCB. But now you've changed. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Elijah Akumu. I was told not to introduce yourself by your qualification. Let others praise you, but I can also praise myself a little bit. I'm a structural engineer and in charge of engineering and construction at the ministry. To be honest, I wasn't told anything until today at around 10, and I was told, please go there. I was supposed to be there, but now I'm in Parliament. I was also attending a quality policy issue, because as you remember, Kenya, we have different quality measures. You go to Western measures, you go to KEBS, you go to KEFIS, you go to what. So we want to harmonize and have one source for verification of the quality standards we have in the country. But I was also told to go with an answer for this. Which is the best oil to use in your vehicle? Which is the best one? Okay, I don't want to take much of your time. I come from the ministry called MITI. MITI means Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry. It's not the other way around, huh? Which, and I know you are getting confused because every now and then when a new regime comes in, we have a new name, but industry still remains. So if you cannot remember MITI, just say industry. Our work mainly is to deals with the policy, and like what I was doing in the morning, harmonization of our standards. And actually, since independence, we've not had any quality standard called Kenya National Quality Standards. So everybody pops up with their own standards, and that's how we end up getting. If you go to a petrol station, you are told we have two types. The one at the bush called Shell, and the one at the petrol station with all the quality. And you know, it becomes a little bit difficult because we are also the custodian of one of our agencies called KENAS. Another one is called KEBS. And another one is called anti-counterfeit. So before I accuse ourselves, please help us to reduce this menace. If you can give us the source of these fake oils, fake lubricants, then, because you know we cannot be everywhere, but I know as salespeople you can almost be everywhere in this country. Just give us a tip, though we don't have a number for the tip yet, but we'll try to follow. You know, we are in this country to develop it. We want everything to be manufactured in the country. I know it is not possible, but according to the policies we are now trying to develop, we are encouraging more manufacturers, more manufacturing to be done in this country. We have incentives, which when you visit our office, when you want to start manufacturing anything, just visit our offices, then we'll come and assess, and then write to the PS Treasury to give you something small, because you are now creating jobs in this country. Secondly, we as much as possible, we know what you are going through, because we are also Kenyans. We are reducing that 17.5% that has been killing you to 2%. At least I need Thank you, because you're but unfortunately, we are spreading it in around 60 products now at 2%. It's not going to be bad. Anything that we manufacture in this country, and you try to import, we are going to charge you 2% extra. As we give the people who are manufacturing in the country incentives, we are also not discouraging, but a little bit making them a little bit more expensive. Lastly, because I know you are in business to sell here, we are in the process of encouraging people to look at our planet, because oil industry is the #1 pollutant in this world, if I'm not very wrong. The byproducts, if not used carefully, pollute our environment, pollute our oceans, pollute our lakes. So we are only encouraging you to invest more in eco-friendly oils, and as much as possible to produce whatever you want to produce in this country and save us from the exchange, which is now at 140. So with that, I don't have any other thing to say. Thank you very much. That was the instruction I got from my boss, not to read any speech, but to say what I think is right. Thank you very much.
I think Dr. Akumu deserves a better clap than that. Coming to speak after a marketer, I think you really gave us good insights on this industry, particularly from the Ministry of Industry and Trade, on what government's agenda is in terms of the anti-counterfeit fight, and also just buying Kenya, building Kenya. And we thank you very much. I hope you will extend our gratitude to the peers. We really appreciate your presence and will continue to collaborate with you. But now we really are running out of time, and we need to move on to our next session, which is a roundtable on lubricants application. We are meant to be joined by the CEO KAM. I don't know if he is present or if he has a representative. And Kamran Kangari, Mr. Kamran Kangari, the CEO of Yana Oil. KM. All right. In the absence of KM, I believe, Mr. Kamran, you have a few words for us. We have also been collaborating quite closely under the Lubricants Task Force. Yeah, I know you are one of the key supporters of some of the regulations that we've been fighting. And we thank you a lot, particularly for inviting us to your plant, for the government stakeholders to see what happens in a lubricants manufacturing plant. And I just want to, without further ado, give you this opportunity, to give us a little bit about what Yana Oil is doing.
It's my pleasure.
Yeah. Just, no. KM is not here.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here, especially with all the good people that I have seen here. My name is Kangari. I am representing Yana Oil. Yana Oil is a Kenyan manufacturing company which incorporated in 2020 by the Samir Group. And from that year till now, we have focused only on manufacturing of lubricants. Very soon we understood that we need to leave that sales part to the professionals in the industry, to the oil marketers. Therefore, we only focused on the manufacturing part. Thank you. On that manufacturing part, from your questionnaires, I will try to respond. We are covering all the aspects of the lubricants, from the vehicle side, diesel engine, petrol engine, hydraulics, ATF, anything you name it, we can do that. We do have the knowledge of manufacturing of the lubricants, and we are trying to localize it. Regarding the challenges that we had during this time, I can say we had first outside of the plant challenges, which goes to more to the regulatory side and the government side, which I should thank all of them, which they have made the good steps to protect the manufacturing in the country, but I believe that it needs to get developed a little bit more. And inside the blending plant, the main challenge is to adopt the technology to the level that it can be processed due to the provider of the technology, which is usually coming from the outside of the country. Therefore, rather than the manufacturing processes, we understood that one of the key issues to make sure that the product now is in line with the OEM or with the technology provider is the laboratory. Laboratory is like the heart of the whole process of the manufacturing. From our experience, we have found that on that laboratory in the country, especially when you want to promote and do more manufacturing, you will need to have proper equipments and the proper way of the testing ways, which at the moment, at that time, 2 years back, we couldn't find those equipments within the country, or it was not available to us. Therefore, we have used that opportunity to a kind of investment. thanks to the Samir investment, they made a good investment of purchasing all those good equipments, the latest model of the testing equipments from USA. And then when we received those equipments, we still found that there is a gap. Now working with the process of that equipments and the track record, everything, that's where we have an opportunity to find our great partner now, BV. So we managed to have a kind of partnership with BV now to use all of that equipment in a good hands to make sure for all the clients that is performing toll blending in our facility that the results is coming from a third-party international company. I can say that this is the first time in the country that a toll blender is processing its laboratory operation through a good name of a third-party qualified body. Mr. Cyprian will give us more insights on that. But I believe this is a very, and maybe the first step in the Kenyan industry for assuring the products manufactured here in Kenya. Regarding the investment opportunities in this field, I do believe that by the steps that government is taking by protecting manufacturing, we are just in the beginning of this path. We have started by investing in the most critical part in that laboratory, and I wish that we can continue to do more, and the opportunity is open for the all foreign investors as well, because it's not only the lubricant part. The next part that there is an opportunity for investment is in non-lubricant fluids, such as coolant, brake fluid, washing screens, greases, and so on. So, thank you very much. It's our really pleasure to have our partnership with BV. We are really excited. All of our international customers are really excited and are really happy to see that practice is going to be in place, and I believe this will be another milestone for Kenya for bringing quality matters to the country. Thank you very much.
Just before you leave, I know you were supposed to have a round table or a panel, but I think it would be interesting to learn. It's a question I had from the visit we had at Tiana Oil, that you're operating at 40% capacity, about 40 to 50% capacity. And we know about 56% of lubricants in this market are being imported. So how do we grow the local manufacturing, for example, for Yana to produce to 100%? You know, what are the challenges?
Thank you very much for that question. First of all, Yana Oil has a very big capacity. I believe our capacity in Nairobi is equal to all of these big names that you see in Mombasa. Since we have strategically moved to toll blending only, it means that we are doing blending for the oil marketers. I can say that one of the challenges which I have mentioned that we have outside of the blending plant is a kind of unfair playground that is there for those oil marketers. Some of them has benefited from the government compensations, and many of these oil marketers couldn't get benefit out of that. Those who had some investment in the country, government benefited them, But for those who are still important and do not have a blending plant, still this is a challenge that we are still in progress. So I can say that we are there for those who do not have a blending plant. We are there to serve them, to help them to produce their products, especially by this step that we have made with BV, to make them assured that it is international level of the process. The good news is that we are receiving more of them coming on. As we are speaking, I can see some people here which they are going to do the local manufacturing. Some of the sponsors here, even till today, were importing the lubricants, but they are going to do it locally, and these are all good news. So we hope that we will capture more of our capacity, and we are not there just for the lubricants. We are building other capacities for that other part of the non-lubricant fluids as well in the next year, inshallah. Okay?
Thank you very much, Mr. Cameron. I believe he deserves a clap. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we are going to go to our next session, which is a presentation from one of our industry members. That is the chairman of the Lubricants Task Force, Mr. Mohammed Baraka, who is also part of the lubricants manufacturing industry through Synergy Lubricants. So I don't know if his presentation is ready. You can come here.
Hamjambo nyote. My name is Mohammed Baraka. I'm the managing director of Synergy Lubricants, but also the chairman of the Lubricant Task Force. I'm called the guru of the lubricant industry because I've been in the lubricant industry since 1975. I joined Caltex in 1975 as a chemist, and 3 years later I moved when the pipeline was built to do field work. So I've been doing field work since 78, and that's why Njiko is surprised that I'm still running around. So one of the things I want to talk about, first of all, I'm very thankful for this meeting because this is the first time I could see such a high-level meeting addressing the issues of lubricants, because I always believe the lubricant industry is an industry that can help this economy grow. Not only it as a lubricant industry itself, but a lubricant is the blood of an economy. And if you have pure lubricant, the economy will grow faster. If you have contaminated lubricant, counterfeit, and so on, we will just be spinning our wheels. We are not going anywhere. So what I want to do is look at some of the challenges in the lubricant industry. I can't go through all of them, but I look at two and some of the decisions the government has made in good faith to spur the lubricant industry, but of course, not in understanding that there are also people who take advantage of these situations and have actually taken over and doing exactly the opposite of what the government wanted to build. Now, one of the things that the government did was to introduce destination inspection. Give an option. You can either do pre-shipment inspection or destination inspection. Now, prior to that, it was mandatory to do pre-shipment inspection. And through that, we came up with what we call base oil standard, which would tell whether the base oil is recycled or not recycled, whether it's clean. And that, for about 10 years, tried to keep away recycled base oil. But when the government decided that they're going to give destination inspection, the guys who are actually bringing in recycled products saw it as an opportunity to now open up to start bringing in recycled product, knowing very well that Kenya Bureau of Standards does not have the capacity to test every shipment that comes into the market. So what is happening is that a lot of these recycled products, of course, are produced in Saudi Arabia and so on in the Middle East and are shipped to Africa because we don't have standards to keep this recycled material out. So when we opted for destination inspection, these people come and they declare the raw material as a virgin base oil. And of course, they are cleared and they are in the system. So this has caused the increase in recycled base oils. And you're asking about counterfeit. Counterfeit is created by recycled base oil. You must differentiate between recycled base oil and re-refined base oil. What is used in Europe is re-refined. It's manufactured through a process of vacuum distillation. But what we are doing here is just cleaning up the used oil, remove the carbon, and put it in the packet. It has the same impurities as the used oil. It is classified as hazardous material, even under Basel Convention. And Kenya is a signatory to Basel Convention. My question is, how do we allow recycled base oils to be imported in the country? And here we are crying about counterfeit. We are creating it ourselves. So that was one of the things that has actually caused that. And that causes equipment damage, causes the damage to the brand. You guys are trying to build a brand here. You are not going to build a brand on CK4, and yet the product in the package is recycled. The other thing that was done was duty remission. When we started agitating the government to protect the lubricant industry, the first thing they said is we'll increase the duty to 35% so that imported lubricants will be very expensive. It was a very good idea because I can see a lot of companies like Afal or Caltex coming to blend locally. Otherwise, they're bringing in a finished product from outside. That was good. But what the guys who are exporting these cheap products from the Middle East did was that they came and set up warehouses here. And because we don't have standards to judge a blending plant, they called them blending plants. Now, they declared the finished product they are bringing in as base oil, in which case they were charging 10% duty. Now they have gone and gotten duty remission as blending plants, and some of them who had zero market share have begun 3,000 tons of base oil to bring in. Now, the question is, did we even check and see that they have the capacity to blend, to hold the product in bulk? So it is a good idea, the duty remission. I'm not against it. But first of all, the duty remission, we should have actually done some due diligence to know who is qualifying. What we must define what a blending plant is. So the finished products are being brought in duty-free. So this duty remission was supposed to benefit local manufacturers. It is not going to benefit them. Now they are facing the same competition from the same finished product that we were fighting. So that is one of the biggest problems that we have, and we need to have a relook at how this is going to be managed. Under this duty remission, I believe there are some recycled products which are being brought in, because combined with the destination inspection, with the duty remission, you can bring in all crap you want and sell it in the market. Question is, if you are giving someone 20% market volume to bring in, and he had no market, what is he going to do? He's going to take Total, Shell, and so on packages and fill in the products, because his product is not known. And to sell the product, a new product in the market, is not easy. So that is one of the things that we never judged, because we should have actually asked these guys to say, you want 3,000 tons. Tell us how your sales have been in the last 5 years. So by bringing in finished product already packaged, they are actually not benefiting what the government wanted. They wanted to create employment in the package manufacture, wanted to create work in the labor manufacture. That has gone. This is what a basic blending plant is. And so those guys who are going to inspect the plant have been questioning them. Did you look at the blending plant? Did they have receiving tanks? Do they have blending kettles? Do they have holding tanks? No, they don't know. because the government sent people who had no knowledge of what a blending facility is. And even that, do they have a proper formulation? Can you show me the formulation you are using? Can you show me a certificate of analysis of the base oils that you are using to show that they conform to the standards of Kenya? Do you have a laboratory that can actually test this finished product? Nothing. So how is this guy going to manufacture lubricants to sell in the market? Because duty remission should actually be benefiting those people who are doing quality manufacture so that our industry and our brand can grow. But now it's benefiting even those who are doing the wrong business. Now, this is to highlight to you what is happening. This oil, I saw it in Ongata Rongai in one shop. This oil is being sold for 5,000 shillings. A similar oil from our local manufacturer under DRS is selling at 7,500. So imported product is now cheaper. At 5,000, I took away VAT, and I could tell this oil, no duty was paid, no 35% duty was paid. That you can just judge, because if, say, Total is selling oil at 7,500, and this guy can sell at 5,000, no tax was paid. So this material came in without taxes. Now take away duty, take away VAT, and take away the package cost. The product in the package delivered in Ongata Rongai is only 200 shillings. That's the cost of the base oil. What does it tell you? It is also made from recycled material. That is why it's so cheap. Now, the other thing that motorbike oils, I think those of you who are in the motorbike oil industry, you can see what is happening in the motorbike oil industry. I think local manufacturers have almost lost 50% of the motorbike industry. And motorbike oil, a lot of them are selling for about 300 shillings. When the lowest quality motorbike oil made around can cost 400 shillings. So how are these guys managing it? Are they using duty remission? Are they putting in spare parts of motorbikes? That's a question someone should ask. But the truth of the matter is, given these prices, this product, no duty was paid. And most likely it's made from recycled material. And this is not only causing loss to KRA, it's causing loss to the motorbike industry by frequent repair and frequent oil use, and causing a lot of trouble to the economy and the environment, because a lot of this oil cannot last the kilometers a good quality oil can last. Most of them cannot do 3,000 kilometers. They will do 1,000 kilometers. And all this oil is drained and thrown in the environment. Now, there's a new phenomenon that has come up in Mombasa and the coastal cities. It's called Kajanja. They take water bottles. If you just in Mombasa, when you drop your water bottle, someone will pick it quickly. Or Malindi, they pick it very quickly. And what they are using, they are taking oil. I don't know whether it's recycled oil from, used oil from the power plants or the marine, but it's sold in drums to the resellers, and they use these water bottles to put in the oil. And they sell it. And I ask the people who are selling, what is it used for? It says it can be used for engine, it can be used for gear, it can be used for the differential. So what are we doing? Are we not even the industry? That old man with a matatu is going to kill his matatu with this oil. We talked about coolants and water. The culture here, people use water in radiators, and that's why we're spending so much money on the importation of radiator coolant, radiators and radiator parts. But that's not enough. Radiator coolant, you'll get these problems, you'll import these spare parts, but more important is that the rust will build up in the cylinder head, make the cylinder head crack, water will get into the sump, the engine will have to be overhauled. I've seen someone overhauling a Scania engine, he had used water. The cylinder liners have been eaten up by water, they've made pinholes, the engine has no compression, he has got to overhaul. He spent more than 1 million shillings, and yet he would have actually used proper coolant, he would not have spent that money. So, and these coolants, as Joseph showed you, a lot of the coolants in the spare parts shops are just water with the color. We have introduced a standard, where a nail test in the standard, but it's not applied. All the time when you send your sample to KEBS, they tell you, oh, the boiling point is lower than 100 degrees. Of course it will be lower than 100 degrees. Nairobi is higher than Mombasa, isn't it? Boiling point is 3 degrees higher. Huh? Brake fluid is another one. And this is why we keep talking about accidents on the roads. But do we ever address the issues of brake fluid? A lot of the brake fluids in the country, they're really .4. But when you go and check the boiling point, a .4 brake fluid should give you 230 and above boiling point. But they don't have a boiling point of 230. Some of them don't even have 200. How they get into the market, I don't know. Because the Kenya standard is very clear on the brake fluid. And we have actually adopted it as an East African standard. So what happens when the boiling point is low? When the boiling is so low and you apply an emergency brake, the brake system will get so hot, it will cause the brake fluid to boil because it has a low boiling point. And it will evaporate and form a vapor lock. And the brake fails. Now, in most cases, the driver dies. But when the police come and check, they find the brake is working because it has cooled. And we never sort out that problem. I've seen these problems in Kubu, I've seen them in Kangema. They say when you go to Muranga, by the time you get down to Muranga town, the brake is not working. The other thing is seal leak. A lot of the brake fluids that we have in the market are causing seals to leak. A good brake fluid should stay in the system for 2 years. I was in Narok talking to drivers of matatus in Narok, and they told me the brake fluid they have in the market lasts 2 months. The third month, the color has changed because it has now started eating the seals. The fourth month, they must remove that brake fluid, put in new seals because the seals are not working. And put in a new charge. So we are importing perhaps 10 times the amount of brake fluid we should actually be importing. I was in Kariako the other day. I found someone who had used some local brake fluid. His hands are burnt, and I saw a similar issue in Nakuru. So the brakes are not only corrosive to the vehicles, they are corrosive to the people who are actually using them. And there is no sign on that package to say that this brake fluid is corrosive to your hands. Now, the other thing that we get through destination inspection is this. This is a Caltex. Someone is counterfeited in Dubai, a Caltex grease. It's called Starplex. The actual Caltex brand is Starplex. And you can see it's trying to copy the Caltex colors. And the brake fluid, the grease is selling at half the price the Caltex grease is selling. In fact, I was the one who started the Caltex grease here. It's a high quality grease, but this is what is happening. So someone who doesn't know goes to the market and told this is a Caltex grease. And he takes it, he puts it in his bearing. In most cases, these are calcium greases. And the calcium grease itself, the Caltex grease itself is a lithium complex. So you're taking a grease with a melting point or a dropping point of 100 degrees, putting in a package which should be carrying a grease of 260 degrees. This guy buys it thinking it's the same Caltex grease. His bearings will seize. These are the other greases. Yeah, the problem with the greases is the world stopped using calcium greases in 1955 when lithium greases were invented. And the reason was calcium grease had a dropping point of 100 degrees. It still has the same dropping point, 100 degrees C. So if you have a vehicle with a calcium grease, you're on your journey to Nakuru, you'll have to stop over in Naivasha to degrease, in Gilgil to degrease. But when lithium greases were discovered, they actually provided much higher temperature resistance of 180 degrees was the dropping point, and they could actually operate up to 120 degrees when calcium greases were at 60. And that's how the modern vehicles, the vehicles that you are driving, were actually invented, because they could go higher speeds, they could go longer distances without degreasing. Now, modern vehicles are now being subjected to calcium greases. Now, when you ask KEBS, we have a standard which says the minimum dropping point of our grease should be 160. It says it's a lithium grease because that time it was only lithium greases that are available. But these people are importing and making local greases, and they are selling it in the local market. And it's causing a lot of damage. And if you look at the amount we are spending on importing bearings, and even the risk that is causing on the safety of people, because when a bearing seizes on the road, the vehicle will stop there. It stops in a dark corner, someone will ram into it and die, for the sake of us making a profit. This is a calcium grease that I saw in Voi. The owner was very honest. He says the dropping point is 90 degrees. Actually, take 40 degrees out of that, it will tell you the operating temperature, the maximum operating temperature. That is 50 degrees. What bearing will operate at 50 degrees? Even a water pump won't operate at 50 degrees. This is a grease. It's got KEBS mark. They tell you it can operate up to 80 degrees, 85 degrees. When you want to find out the dropping point, just add on 40 degrees. It will tell you the dropping point of this grease is 120 degrees. It has a KEBS mark. Whether it's forged or whether it's genuine KEBS, I don't know. But the point is this grease should not even be on the market. The grease has a dropping point, can only operate up to 80 degrees. Most vehicles operate at 120 degrees. So this grease is no good. What does it mean? We shall have to use a lot more greases, about 10 times the amount of grease had we actually used a quality grease. That's the problems you have with the low quality grease. Now you can see that being sold heavy duty calcium. What heavy duty can you have on a calcium grease? I don't think it has even an additive in it. And this one is cheating us that this grease is made in Japan. So it's a calcium grease made with the Japanese technology. It has a dropping point of 300 degrees. Even if you make it on the moon and it's still calcium grease, it will drop at 100 degrees. These are some of the damages we are talking. We are talking of food security. And I think, Paul, you are here. Look at this. This was in a New Holland tractor. The gears are worn out because you've used a very low quality oil. So the gears are wearing out. There's no separation of the film. This is a differential of a John Deere tractor. Someone had used hydraulic oil in the transmission, and it was recycled. This is a pin from a New Holland tractor, oil without EP properties in it. So, and this normally happens when they're actually doing a lot of farming. So when it breaks down, he's going to spend half of the plowing season trying to repair his machine. By the time he finishes to repair, the rains have come, he has missed the season. So it's food security. Gearbox differentials. People are taking oil, recycled oil, and putting in differentials. And this is the damage you get. And this is coming from recycled base oil. This is the condition of an engine using recycled base oil. This is the condition of an engine using recycled base oil. So my view is, as much as we try to do things, unless we do them in a coordinated manner, unless we look out of what the risks are. For example, when we did a destination inspection, we didn't look at what the other crooks are thinking about. When we did DRS, we didn't know that these people have judged our mind and they know we don't know what a blending plant is. They can put 2 tanks in a warehouse and it be called a blending plant. When someone applies for 3,000 tons, my friend, you must have a minimum of 600,000 liter storage. Kamrani will tell you that. How can you give someone without even bulk storage facility a duty remission? And yet the same government is denying those people who are doing toll blending. And the oil industry, historically, everywhere in the world are shared. We shared the refinery. We are 7 oil companies in the 70s, 80s, and we are sharing the refinery. Each of us was bringing in crude and its processing. We have a pipeline, everybody is sharing. I'm sure there are more than 100 people. So why can't we share the blending plants? If you want everybody to build a blending plant like the ones that they are building in the warehouse, what are we benefiting? What are we going to produce to the economy? And what quality are we going to do? And the more blending plants you build is an environmental risk. So the minimum, the more we share the facilities available, the better. And to tell me you cannot judge, oil industry stocks are normally judged by stock share of the stocks, and that's what's happening in the pipeline, that's what was happening in the refinery. So to tell me that if you are doing a toll blending, we can't know whose product it is, we don't know. The other thing that I find strange from KRA is that they say there is a risk. There is a risk when you have, say, domestic product taxed, transit product duty-free. So you know that if the duty-free is on the transit product, people will take the transit product and sell it in the local market. That's where the risk is. But in this case, the best oil for local manufacture and for export is duty-free. So where is the risk? In fact, why are you asking people to give bonds? Why aren't you giving the same treatment as you give to transformer oil, which is duty-free? You don't ask people to give a transformer. But the most important thing that you should have looked at is how do I tell whether the product that someone is bringing in is a base oil or a finished product? And that can only be answered through DRS. I mean, through pre-shipment inspection. One laboratory cannot inspect everything. And I don't know when someone declares this base oil is, this product is a base oil, how do you know he's telling you the truth? Because you don't have a certificate for it. From an independent laboratory to show you that this material is actually a base oil. And that can only best be done at the point of loading. With that, I finish my remarks. I think yes, we have a guys can take off. Someone has just brought me samples of nail test. And this is what we are talking about. A very simple test. All my staff go around and do it in shops and tell people the difference. But I don't know why we can't do it with the caps and get this thing done in a laboratory to tell the difference between clean coolant, which cannot cause rusting of the nails, and counterfeit or substandard coolant that causes rusting of nails. And you can see the rust has changed the color of the water. Yes, that's the same thing. Okay, asante.
Wow, wow, wow. I believe Mr. Baraka deserves a better clap than this. How many of you felt like you are in a science class? I mean, I don't think I'll ever look at any product going into my car the same way after what you have just presented to us, Mr. Baraka. Asante sana. Another round of applause for him. We weren't even working in 1975 when he began. Indeed, he is the lubricants guru. We really sincerely appreciate what you've shared. I'm so glad that Dr. Akumu from the Ministry of Industry and Trade, I don't know if he stepped out, is here. He had committed to support us, particularly on matters counterfeit through KEBS. And we hope that we'll continue to have those conversations because they're important. We've seen how much damage it causes, not just to machinery, but to even other sectors, you know, like the agricultural sector, construction sector, the roads, loss of life. So we look forward to partnering with the relevant government stakeholders here, including EPRA, who are here with us on matters regulation, more so that lubricants are regulated just like the other white fuels. I know it's been a work in progress, so we really look forward to hearing from you. And you're next to present, so karibu sana, Mr. Gerald Cheriot. Yes, karibu sana.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in this forum with the industry participants and stakeholders. And Baraka, that was a very good presentation. And I think that demonstrates that it begins with us, because it is we who own the vehicles, it is us who take our cars to the mechanics, and we can actually demand for that quality. So today I'll be speaking about promoting compliance and best practice by the private sector. I work for EPRA within the Directorate of Petroleum and Gas. I'm the manager for mid and downstream petroleum. So this all falls within my scope. Let me
Are we getting somewhere? Yes. So I'll take you through a little bit about EPRA, and then we'll review a very important topic on self-regulation. We'll look at the pros and the cons. And we'll also look at the participation in the development of standards, data management, and the way forward for the sector. So I am sure most of you are aware that the Energy Act 2019 birthed EPRA, which is charged with technical and economic regulation of the energy sector. This is electricity, renewables, coal, petroleum. And our commitment really is to drive the cost of effective and sustainable energy and petroleum. Looking at self-regulation, it does have a number of pros and cons. And it's a critical tool in terms of just, you see, I'm sure when Wanjiko mentioned about the time it's taken for the regulations to be gazetted, this could actually step in the gap. And we see the opportunity in terms of empowering the industry players to take ownership of their conduct. It will also encourage innovation in compliance strategies. It also potentially reduces the regulatory burden through proactive measures, as well as increasing or supporting competition and innovation. The downside of self-regulation, which can be managed, is really around the risk of inconsistent enforcement across industry players, challenges in establishing or localizing universal standards, and then the potential of leniency in penalties without external oversight. When you look at internal penalty mechanisms, there is an importance for robust internal penalties for non-compliance, and this could touch on the safety, environment, protection, also the regulatory compliance, as well as corporate responsibility. And there are some examples of where this has worked well in other industries. We know the banking sector, Felix and your team, you know, you're under Kenya Bankers Association, and there's some element of self-regulation there. We've heard about OSMAG and other players. The insurance sector as well has some internal regulation. So it's an encouragement to the sector to just enhance the self-regulatory process. Now, while that happens, it's important just to emphasize the need for transparency and fairness in penalty enforcement. So in such cases, it would be important to have clear guidelines on how that is applied. There has to be consistent application for penalties across the board, industry engagement, as well as having an appeals process, because it has to be fair and transparent, so that even the industry players can appreciate the effectiveness of it. Now, the third point I'd like to speak about is participation in the development of standards, and key for us is we appreciate the benefits of industry participation, because that ensures our standards are practical and are industry specific. It also fosters a sense of collective responsibility, as well as enhances industry expertise in the regulatory process. We appreciate the challenges. Sometimes it might be difficult to arrive at consensus, and we also propose putting in place collaborative mechanisms for standard developments, as well as encouraging cross-sector dialogue. And I think it was mentioned here, you are competitors, but you're all sitting in one forum, and that's a good starting point. Data is key nowadays. In fact, data is a high-value asset to any organization. And data is essential for regulations. And what kind of data would we be talking about? So an example is consumer trends. That's a very, very key information market share and competition, import and export data, as well as quality standards and compliance. And even some of these gaps in terms of knowing who are the illegal, who are the people who bring in substandard or counterfeit products, that would really get caught if we appreciate and make use of the value of data. Okay, it's, okay, there we go. So the other sets of data would be around application areas. It's also important to appreciate which sectors are using what kind of products. So it would be good to understand, the value the various lubricant grades brings to, whether it's automotive industry, agriculture, industrial, and hence any incentives can be targeted towards those areas. And then we also look at environmental impact. It's good to capture data on what impacts are being caused and encourage the use of the environmentally friendly lubricants. Regulatory compliance data is also key, just to appreciate the adherence to existing regulations, as well as innovation and research, which is supported by data itself. The other areas around end-of-life product management, such as the SWORD program, which is a very good initiative, and we applaud the industry. It's good to also understand around the pricing dynamics, employment and economic impact, and this would speak more to the conversation around local manufacturing and the bottom-up transformative agenda. And also, it would be good to understand the infrastructure and distribution. What is the supply chain relating to lubricants in the country? Because maybe where there are gaps is where a lot of the counterfeit products and substandard products end up. Now, there are challenges, of course, around data. And some of these are data fragmentation, which really speaks about where is the data, who owns it. It could be even within the same organization. You have these silos of information. So what framework is there for information sharing? Data quality and accuracy is key. Data security and privacy. With the Data Protection Act, it's necessary to just put in those concerns. And because it's also an important asset, the data protection and institutional assets should be protected. Data volume, data ownership and governance, as well as limitations in terms of collecting this data. I'll move on to the next slide, which talks about the opportunities that are there in terms of collecting data, and also the use of technology in efficient data management. I know a number of players are already leveraging GIS systems in mapping out the industry and assets. Cybersecurity measures for data protection comes in terms of protecting the data. Blockchain also provides an opportunity in terms of traceability across the supply chain for lubricants and other oil and gas products. Data analytics has been quite useful in exploration, but can also be expanded towards the lubricant sector, as well as, I think, AI is now the buzzword nowadays in terms of understanding what it can do in terms of pipeline infrastructure, in terms of even the commercial aspect of our business. AI can really come in to help with analytics. Now, in terms of the way forward for the sector, in terms of the regulatory roadmap, we emphasize the adaptability to emerging technology and industry shifts. Of course, the top one being there is around climate change, sustainability. So decarbonization has been a key agenda, e-mobility, green energy, as well as leveraging technology, Internet of Things, and automation for providing an effective and efficient regulatory process. And we also encourage ongoing collaboration with industry stakeholders. We also see an opportunity for continuous improvement by advocating for a feedback loop with the industry for regulatory processes, and also promoting regular reviews and updates of regulatory frameworks. And last but not least, just highlighting success stories. And I'm sure there are many to pick. I think someone said there's enough to write a book. I think all those success stories should actually be shared because they form a benchmark for other players to actually glean a lot from. And that brings me to the end of the slides. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cheruiyot. Another round of applause for him. And please join us at the round table. Yeah, don't leave. We are running out of time, and so we will quickly just go to our next session. We don't want to be Kenyan or African timers, and the next session is a panel that is made up of EPRA, represented by Mr. Cheruiyot. So just have a seat. Please feel free to have a seat. No, they're coming. Then we have Bureau Veritas, represented by Mr. Cyprian Kabis. And we have our silver sponsors, that is Ola Energy, represented by Dr. Wekesa Mukusi. Please come forward. And then we have a representative from the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum? Okay. And Rwanda? Okay. So this is it. Okay. So welcome to the panelists. I think we'll start with a quick round of introductions. I'm Ayuma Lihanga from the Piea Secretariat. And our round table is really to talk about the promotion of compliance and best practices by the private sector. So we'll just go into introduction before we begin with the questions.
Thank you very much. Very quickly, my name is Cyprian Kabis. I'm the District Chief Executive for Bureau Veritas in Eastern Africa. And obviously, we are happy to be part of this this summit. For those of you who might not know what Bureau Veritas does, we are a global testing and inspection company, leading in many geographies, including Eastern Africa and, of course, Africa at large. The lube sector is one of the sectors where we have quite a number of cutting-edge solutions. And I think I'll be talking a little bit about it in the next discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Wekesa Mukusi. I am the head of department business to business at Ola Energy. I think the silver sponsor is looking like the platinum sponsor, so I don't need to speak so much about Ola. I think we have spoken a lot about it. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Gerald Cheruiyot from the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. I am the manager mid and downstream petroleum. Thank you.
Thank you all. So I'm very happy to be seated with this interesting mix of experts. And I'll start with you because you're on my right, because you introduced yourself first. We've had interesting conversations from the earlier speakers, particularly with respect to testing and the quality of lubricants in the market. We've had also representatives from the policymaker and the regulator committing to support in terms of enforcement, led by Dr. Akumu from the Ministry of Industry and Trade, who said he's willing to support with KEBS on ensuring that there are no counterfeit products in the market. How does Bureau Veritas come in to support, perhaps with the testing that we had even Mr. Baraka saying is not sufficient in terms of what is on our shelves today?
Thank you very much. I think it's sometimes very good to come in later when a number of problems have been highlighted. I listened quite closely to what Dr. James was talking about in terms of oil condition monitoring, counterfeits, and we couldn't wait for a better opportunity to place our role where it should be. So as a testing company, we know there are quite a number of testing houses. We just talked about our partnership with the Yana Oil, where we recently acquired the Yana Oil testing laboratory. And we have many other blending plants who are doing the testing, et cetera, et cetera. But the only different thing that we do as Bureau Veritas is that we come in to provide that independence in what we do. So you have a third-party attestation regarding the quality of your products. And as we all know that the lube oil and coolant sector relies on a number of testing technologies to manage the requirements, both from the regulatory point of view. You have the industry standards, the API that we talked about, and obviously you have the brand standards where Ola or whoever it is producing that product, but they have certain additives in it that gives it some superior performance. But then you still require an independent party to really confirm that what they're saying is really what's in the market. Now, Bureau Veritas goes a little further to look at the performance characteristics of the lube oil. So we go further from fresh oil to oil condition monitoring, providing data that helps industry make decisions in the maintenance regime of the various equipment they're using. So it's much more predictive. And I'm happy to say when my brother Cameron was talking about the partnership, thanks a lot, Cameron. And what I wanted to say is that congratulations for having accepted that Bureau Veritas can take over the high-tech laboratory that you already have. And they will probably be the first to start to benefit from our cutting-edge technology in ensuring the products coming out of the blending plant of Yana Oil really meet the required standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I'll just have you pass over the microphone to Ola Energy, Dr. Wekesa Mkusi. How then do you feel government, through policy and also regulation, can support investors to increase their production and local manufacturing of lubricants within this segment that is still can do better?
Thank you, Ayuma. As manufacturers, I think government has a big role to play in enabling us do better in the market. And one of the things you realize as you come into this market, for example, we own an ISO-certified lube oil blending plant in Mombasa. Generally, if you are a new investor in this, for example, Yana came much later after many other players had already invested in the lube oil blending plants. Government should facilitate faster permitting, for example. For you to invest in a blending plant, of course, you need to be permitted, and sometimes it takes long to get the permitting to happen, okay? Something else you realize, there are lots of stringent conditions that the government wants you to meet before you invest. So government should provide an enabling environment to speed up things, you know, like when you do environmental impact assessments, get them approved. You need, of course, involvement of NEMA, Ministry of Energy, etc. So I think the government should make the process much easier, faster, more efficient to ensure that this happens. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mukusi. And it's just fortunate that you're seated next to one of the people who are instrumental in providing the permits. And they know that now they are using technology to ensure the process of permit applications are faster. I know the permits are not just limited to EPRA, but this is something we as industry continue to push to create an environment, a business environment that is easy for people to come in and invest. You said very many interesting things, Mr. Cheriot, during your presentation. Yes, especially with regard to self-regulation and self-compliance, which is something consistently as the petroleum industry we have been keen to do, and we always try to lead from the front. You even mentioned one of the initiatives we have, which is the safe waste oil disposal. But one of the things I thought was quite interesting in your presentation was the criticisms of self-regulation and self-compliance. It creates an unlevel business playing field because not everyone complies. So we have worked closely with yourselves in the development of various regulations under the Petroleum Act 2019, notably the lubricant regulations. They've been one of the presenters, Mr. Baraka, has mentioned that they have been awaiting gazettement for quite some time. You've also highlighted that EPRA is keen to regulate lubricants just like other white fuels. So how would you support this segment by hastening the gazettement of these regulations and thereby supporting enforcement just like the other white fuels? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Indeed, it's true. As you know, how this journey began with the Energy Act of 2006, it never spoke much about regulating this area, but the opportunities came with the Energy Act and the Petroleum Act, both of 2019. So we have drafted these regulations, and we've also undergone through the stakeholder consultation process, and right now they're under review by the AG's office. After which, we all look forward to their gazettement. Yeah. So that's a process, and we have to
follow it.
To follow it and appreciate it. Yeah.
Perhaps just some confidence then that once this is done, then we'll see a bit of difference from some of the things like the kajanja that I've learned today from Mr. Baraka that were presented here, or some of the, counterfeit lubricants being in the market, a criteria for licensing all the lubricant sector will now be, prioritized.
Yes, and that's the value of stakeholder consultation as part of that process. It wasn't just developed internally by EPRA, but we involved other industry players as well as other government multi-agency bodies. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cheriot. My question then would be, again, perhaps because, or more of a conclusion. We've had several challenges from the presentations that have been shared today. How then do we bring together all the government stakeholders here to implement government policy, particularly on the manufacturing sector? I believe one of the bottom-up economic agenda from the president is to increase the contribution of GDP of manufacturing to the GDP from 7% to 20%. So we have with us the Ministry of Industry and Trade, we have the regulators here, and we have investors who are who have invested a lot in terms of the plans. How do we all integrate all the challenges that we've had today and work together to make sure we build this lubricant manufacturing segment? Perhaps I can start with you and the role of Bureau Veritas in that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think that I was quite interested when Cheriot was talking about self-regulation, which is one of the things that has been very successful, especially in developing countries, especially for an industry where people require to have a level playing ground. I'm also quite surprised when I was listening to Mr. Baraka showing all the photos about Kajanja and what entails. We listened a lot about counterfeit that are coming in. Some are coming in. It's presumed the duty was not paid. So it looks like it's an industry where someone needs to step in to provide some kind of sanity. And I also listened to Dr. James talking about partnering with the universities to try and find out solutions and this kind of thing. I think that it's been a good listening for us, and what I wanted to say is that already we have certain solutions that could already be onboarded. We have very robust traceability solutions across the globe. BV employs different traceability solutions for these kind of problems. And just to give you a quick glimpse of that, during the COVID pandemic, BV was the first company to really track the batches of vaccines that were moving across the world. And it's not any different for us to track or establish traceability platform that will track exactly what's happening. It's good for the industry, it's good for sustainability. As you understand, there are quite a number of partners or stakeholders that are talking about sustainability. They want to deal with people that are able to confirm that in all their activities, they are respecting certain things within the supply chain. And all this would be captured through this kind of system. So Baraka would have players in the industry, and through a click of the button, you can actually tell that this has been made by Ola, and all the base oil came from this kind of manufacturer, and that is validated. And you go to the next one and use them. So it makes it very difficult for counterfeiters to then operate in that market. So I just wanted to mention that, yes, these solutions are available.
Okay, I think to add on what has been said, already you'll appreciate that Piea is hosting multi-OMC task force dealing with lubricants and specialties, which is chaired by Mr. Baraka. So what we would request is to have the regulators present onto this task force, because it's already existent. And then it will be very easy for us to agree on what steps then do we take to make sure that, you know, we bring this market under full control. I mean, the things that Mr. Baraka has talked about during his presentation, these are worrying for any investor. You can put down millions of dollars and then you go to the market, you're unable to sell because these guys who are sneaking in counterfeit products. So if the multi-agency government authorities can join the task force, then we can make regular meetings like monthly, or even if it's quarterly, for a starting point. We agree on action items. What Mr. Baraka is showing us, he's been going to the market and picking this. So the task force together with the multi-agency government authorities can then take this task together, and I'm sure that we can bring this to control for the benefit of the industry and the consumers, of course.
Thank you. And maybe I can just put a caveat out there. So as a regulator, our independence is key. Yeah? But that doesn't negate the need for forging relationships and collaboration towards addressing some of these challenges that we face, because the industry loses, the country loses, the consumers are not protected. So we all have to step in. And what we've done and taken initiative on, we're working and we've worked with KEBS and the Anti-Counterfeit Authority, just to try and push out counterfeits from the market, and that's an ongoing activity. We also work closely with KEBS in terms of just enforcing the various standards that are there. We also see the need for sensitization. Like, there's quite a bit of information that Baraka has shared. And if that could go out there, I think it will, it addresses the issue at the point of consumption. And I think that's important. We would also like to encourage, the industry stakeholders to embrace technology. The world is digital, and when it comes to product traceability as well as, tamper-proof seals, and there's quite a bit of technology. I think let's take advantage, and that would go a long way. So it's everyone's hands on deck regarding the same. Thank you.
Thank you all, panelists. I think we've, unless there's a really hot question for them, I think, but before Wanjiku, hope she'll keep it short, but we are really running out of time. I just wanted to, I'm very glad that the representative from KRA, the Deputy Commissioner, Revenue and Regional Coordination, Customs and Border Control is still present with us. As Wanjiku mentioned, we were the National Treasury yesterday just pushing for some fiscal regulations to be given to this industry, more so on the duty, import duty on additives and base oil. And we are always asked, where will we get the revenue? Government needs money. And I think it's very interesting to learn how much is coming in from smuggling or misdeclaration. We've been in conversations with KRA through the relevant TC. We have quarterly engagements. We met the CG, and he gave us a dedicated person to deal with issues enforcement and anti-illicit trade. So we look forward to continuing to just share this surveillance and information with yourselves to just support the effort of ensuring we have quality products in the market, and also just building the lubricant segment in Kenya. So I'll have one question. I saw one hand up from Wanjiku. I don't know if someone can pass her the microphone, or she's loud enough, or she can actually just come.
Thank you, Ayuma. I didn't want to have a recommendation that is so important slide by. The recommendation that was made by Dr. Mukusi regarding co-opting the partners, the stakeholders who will enable us to move from talking to ourselves on our problems and the solutions which we discussed therein into having the years of the past partners within the meeting for ease of implementation, because I did hear some hesitation from EPRA. Your independence is not taken away by collaboration. In fact, you get smarter and better at what you do. And I'll give you an example, because it's already existing, only that, and that's why it's good to have these forums, and that is one of the recommendations that we're actually going to make sure comes out of this, because it's not just a talk show. We have the Nairobi and Mombasa Depot Safety and Security Committees. While they are, the main members are depot owners, we have EPRA in that committee, we have NSIS, we have all the other regulators there, because if we don't have them there, then it will be a mockery to have the petroleum depots as protected areas, yet those who are supposed to be ensuring that they actually are treated as protected areas have no idea what goes on in those facilities. The second one, actually, which you implied in your presentation as a key indicator or as a key instrument that should be used to reduce the extent of illicit trade, is data. So we have a data verification committee that is chaired by EPRA, and Piea, Supply Co, KRA, are actually members of that committee. Because the moment there's a question on the base oil quantum that you're bringing in, and it's not mirroring what it is that you're producing, there's a problem. If you're importing LPG in bulk and you don't have cylinders to match, there's a problem. So the collaboration and the presence or the co-option of other stakeholders within forums that are existing do not take away your power. In fact, they increase your power. So I didn't want that point to be eluded, and definitely that is one of the key recommendations that we'll implement going forward. Sorry, Ayuma.
No, we Actually done. What a way to close on Jiku. I'd like to thank you all. I really appreciate the inputs that you have put in. I think, I don't know if we are having a photo session before we step off to give the next roundtable a chance. So the next roundtable is on financing opportunities in lubricants and coolants. We can proceed to step off. So we'll have Total Energies in this one, Has Petroleum, Galana Energies, and KCB Bank Kenya. Please get ready to come sit at the front. We'll be moderated by Wanjiku.
Okay, we are still up and awake. If anyone needs coffee, please raise your hand and Mungai will be with you shortly. Bear with us. We'd like to finish the session, then we can have networking, visiting of the exhibitions, and then of course lunch. So are my panelists here? Total Energies, they're here, many. Has, I know, is represented. I know, I saw you earlier. Nicholas from Rubies, if you're not here, I know there's someone from Rubies. Sorry, you know that's a problem with industry. One moment you're working for KCB, the next moment you're in Barclays, but it's the same. So yeah, Nicholas and Angela. So Has, I know this director was supposed to be here, Solomon, who was here with us in the morning. Who? Michael is here. Why are you hiding? Michael? But we still need a... You're Michael? Yes, please come and have a seat. I can do this standing where I can get any other seat. I'll get this one. Thank you. This is Money Matters. And this is where a platinum sponsor, thank you very much. You knew this subject matter was going to be there, so you positioned yourself strategically. Yes, there has been so much talk about quality, about opportunities, and about Kenya being the place to invest. And when there's investment in Kenya, the East African region somehow replicates the same and absolutely thrives, yes. So as we are doing for the rest of the roundtables, an introduction of, you are sitting right next to me, yes, of yourselves, and just highlight of what money means to this segment.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Obingo. I work for Has Petroleum. I've been in the industry for a few years now. On the question of money matters for the lubricants business, we always have the challenge that we are pegged to OMCs that consider fuel to be the primary business and lubricants to be the secondary business. But all in all, the business itself, even a simple blending plant, you will not invest less than $1 million when you are starting up to meet the standards that are required in the Kenyan market. And some blending plants can go to the tune of $3-4 million before you can meet the requirements of your segment. The business as lubricants, it is slower in turnover, but it is always more profitable. We have always debated on the exact numbers of the lubricants business. It can be easily 6 million liters at a much higher profit than the 10 shillings that is given by IPRA on the fuel side. So it's a business to look forward to. It's a business we want to invest in, and I hope the better regulations will encourage more investors in this business. Thank you.
This is Oliver once again from Total Energies. I'm in commercial department. For us, what we look for more is financial inclusion and financial literacy, because we have dealers, more than 200 and almost 250 service stations that need financial capacity enhancement. But just beyond that, if you look at the lubricant business, this business is driven by small, medium enterprises, from distributors, spare part shop, garages, open air mechanics, and most of them are not able to access credit to be able to do this business. So how do we work with partners who can enhance better access for credit at a favorable rate, because at the end of the day, they need to make reasonable level of margin. So for our case, this is what we are looking at. Thank you.
Thank you for teeing me up. Let me answer your question. And you're right, that's actually the biggest challenge that is facing most businesses. Oh, right. Angela, KCB Bank. Right. So the challenge of distribution, which is what you're talking about, having 200 outlets, you have lots of small business owners who are dealing in the parts, who are dealing in the lubricants. You want to be able to get them working capital financing, and you don't want them to be asked for collateral. So that is where institutions like ours come in, and that's why I talked about the mobile-based products, because what we've been doing with some of your colleagues is that if you have the data of these customers, and I think the critical thing the industry needs to realize is that there's a lot of technology to be leveraged. And the beauty of technology is that it can make it a lot more cost-effective for you to get, because we know some of the margins, especially in the oil industry, are pretty thin. So for you to be able to get the kind of support that is required for your ecosystem, for the value chain financing, then it means we need to leverage technology, which is where it comes in now to get fintech partners who are able to build solutions like, how do we track the goods? Yeah, how do we make sure we have the inventory being followed properly? How do we make it easy for customers to pay? How do we ensure then that these cash flows that the small business owners are collecting are visible? And if they are visible, then we can use that data to lend to them. And we can provide them dealer financing on the phone or retailer financing. It's all the same thing. It has different names, but the point is all of them are available. Even asset finance, there is nothing we cannot leverage technology to make easier, not just to access, but to constantly use as they need it. Because what they need, as you say, is affordable credit, which means it needs to be at a price and for the length of time only they need to borrow for. We used to lend and insist that if we gave you a loan for a month, then you had to pay for a full month, even if you only needed the money for 3 days. Those days are long gone. Nowadays we do single day lending, few hours, whatever it is you need structured for the type of business partners or ecosystem or value chain you're managing. We have those technologies and systems in place now in the banks. See, now I'm even being inclusive that you can go to, no, I'm lying, no, you have to come to us.
Thank you. My name is Nicholas Muli, Lubricant Business Manager, Galana Energies Limited. Brief about our organization. Galana Energies is proudly the leading local oil marketing company. Of course, big on importation of white products to the country, and of course, exporting to the region. To the subject matter of the day, of course, we have partnered with one of the leading lubricants manufacturer in the world, that is ENOC, that's Emirates National Oil Company. And people have been asking me why we chose this brand of ENOC, and of course 2 or 3 pointers that I would want to mention about our brand, ENOC Lubricants. One, we are leaders when it comes to technology, and as our sponsor Ola were presenting, they went up to API SP, and I would proudly say that we are the first brand to introduce API SP into the country. The same thing as API CK4 into the country. So we are a leader in technology when it comes to lubricants. Of course, also we pride ourselves in having a product that has a single formulation across the globe, over and above having products that are certified by, or gasoline products are certified by API, not only meeting but approval. Very few companies in the country or brands, you will find them carrying the API donut mark in this part of the world. To the subject matter, looking at areas of financing and investment, of course, there's something that has been mentioned. The bigger companies, the OMCs, it's easy to access financing from the financing companies. However, like my panelist has mentioned, we are depending on dealers, not so much organized, that require to be, financed. What happens at the end of the day is that you end up financing these dealers as the organization because they are unable to get this credit. Over and above that, I think something that is missing in this industry as the industry grows, we need investors, independent investors to, like if you go to the developed countries, you'll find independent blending plants who have investors purely doing blending for the marketing companies. What we have in Kenya is that you have to go to, your competitors to get this service. And I like what our friends Yana Oil are doing, filling up that point, and there's an opportunity, a big one. We have over 120 oil marketing companies in Kenya being served by only like 3 or 4 blending plants. So there's a bigger opportunity, not only looking into Kenya, but into the region. We have an opportunity of going beyond Kenya and getting to the borders. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The opportunities are evident. When you're not in industry, you would actually think that industry is not serious about promoting lubricants and coolants and greases, all these, seriously speaking. You'd actually think, unless you're in the know, in fact, people always ask me, okay, so you do fuels, your members do fuels, so who does the lubricant, And my question would be then, is it possible that the attitude that you're getting even from the company, by getting the brand, the crumbs of the budget and financing, be because of poor positioning of the lubricants and the coolants and the greases? And if yes, what do we need to do to pivot that so that we position it as an equal? And in fact, it's more than an equal, because definitely lubricants and coolants are not going anywhere regardless of the change in the energy mix. So what do we do? And Oliver, I think you can be the first one to answer that question.
Well, we need to understand what size of market we are looking at. And if I can just borrow the words of Honorable Judge Nzioka, without being really insensitive, to whet the appetite of the banks that are in the house and potential investor. If you are to take the motorcycle industry alone, on average, a boda will spend 1,000 shillings for service. Out of these 1,000 shillings, 40% will go to spare part and 60% will go to lubricant. So if we just work with a number of only 700,000, the motorcycle industry alone, when you look at after-sales service, is almost 0.7 billion Kenya shillings per month. And this is data that you can verify from motorcycle assemblers of Kenya. So there's huge potential, but they are not structured. It's very, very informal. And financing institution, fintech, have to look at it from this angle. They don't operate, majority of them are operating under a tree. They are outside an open shop. So how can we create better inclusion? But for brand owners, and if you are to tell you, and I'm sure for the big oil marketing companies that have lubricant, they'll tell you that lubricant is really one of the core contributors of their P&L. For some cases, it can be 30%, 40%, 50%. In some countries, you have lubricant even doing 70% of your P&L, which is quite massive. So there's a lot of investment that is being done on lubricant and coolant, from research and development. And if you are to look at what, if I was to take an example of one of our partners or competitor, Castrol globally spends 10% of their lubricant turnover to just market their brand, which is massive. It's not very easy to see your brand in the Premier League, in the World Cup, in all those sports events. And you can see this one trickling into the Kenyan market, and this one just speaks to you that there is huge potential, and brands are really focusing to develop this brand and also to invest in infrastructure. The gentleman talked about cost of building a blending plant of $1 million, $3 million. I'll just give you a basic example. If you are to do an upgrade of say 30 KT per year blending plant, you'll need almost $5 million to just do an upgrade. And you have seen companies in the country putting money on this blending plant. Some of the equipment are imported, but a lot of this capital goes into civil contractors, electrical contractor, mechanical contractor that are actually Kenyan-owned local company, and this one is creating a trickle effect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very well answered. And I think now the financier, who's a bank, really then needs perhaps to enlighten us as to maybe you've been missing opportunities to finance because of judging a book by its cover, someone under a tree, and perhaps saying that's risky, won't touch, and that is perhaps where the opportunity is. So I do not know if that is the case, and if that is the case, then you have some enlightenment. The second thing would be that perhaps there's also been the painting of, and we say this about LPG, lubricants, and now we know better, as a fossil resource. So banks are like, don't touch that, don't finance anything that is fossil fuel based. So perhaps you can, yes, the floor is yours, Angela, to tell us that you are ready to sign the checks for opportunities that are especially within the value chain of the brand owners.
Thank you, Anjiko. We actually, we were having a conversation about that earlier. I'll go first to his blending plants because his is actually quite straightforward to respond to. Oliver, trust me, we have been thinking about what you're talking about for quite a while and trying to figure out what kind of technologies we need to resolve it. But for the blending plants, actually, if people were putting together those proposals and bringing them to the banks, and like he says, you'd really love to have some independent options in the country, those are things banks are waiting absolutely for someone to come and invest. You see, because the banks are not the issue. Getting the credit from the banks, yes, there might have been some concerns earlier, and because we are all very keen on green financing and all that, it doesn't mean that we stop all other types of financing or that we're not open to those conversations. And I think the critical thing to understand is what kind of proposal is being put together, and are we having the conversations at the right levels. So when someone comes to our corporate financing team, they need to have the right partnerships in place in order for them to get that conversation off the ground. Because the bank is open. Trust me, the bank isn't trying to turn away customers. We are looking for customers. We are hiring people all day, every day, and paying dental plans for them so they can go and bring us customers. So there is no shyness on the part of, and we have built a lot of products. In fact, what we are trying to do is figure out how to make them more accessible. I think what has happened is expertise in types of industries might have been a bit weak within the financing industry. So you find that we are building up our understanding of the oil industry in the last few years. If you think about how we discussed about the oil industry before, our level of knowledge was limited. It's sort of like the conversation we had about the women earlier. So we used to ask women to bring their husbands to sign for the loan, whether or not it is a female-owned business. But so this is the benefit of progress, that you learn as you go. So we've expanded. We now have dedicated full teams, RMs, proper teams ready to do asset finance, capex financing, working capital financing, structured commodity financing, so that we can actually fully support, so that someone can be able to bring in the goods and hopefully not make some of the horrifying mistakes we listened to from the good doctor giving earlier about, I saw those radiators, I was in horror. And so that they can you can bring in the goods. We will put in a collateral manager to manage how the goods are distributed so that we can collect the money. There's lots of mechanisms in place. I think the key thing is for the industry to trust that come in, let's have a conversation, because that's the only way to solve the problem. And now to go to the boda, wait, I have to do the tree guy. The tree guy is not at issue, by the way. The tree guy has actually a lot of options. And what you're looking for is if we can structure it based on the particular product he wants to use so that it's tied to the product. So some of those are products that we can design because there is no reason it cannot be tied to when you're paying, it is the credit line you have available for specifically that business the person is in. And there's a lot of them are in associations. We've been talking with the Boda Association for quite a while, trying to figure out how to provide insurance for them, how do we provide medical covers, because that is an industry that really has a lot of structuring to go through so that we can get them to be properly organized. And the more organized they are, the more data that is available from them about how many they are, who they are, what they are doing, what they need, then we can figure out how to serve them best. So I think the opportunities are there. It's just that it's in the nascent stage in a lot of these things. So we are improving and growing together as we go.
And thank you very much for that intervention and clarification. So Nicholas, the what I call the common user manufacturing facilities for lubricants, what, in your view, and you'll also make your closing remark, because then you pass the microphone this way, would increase the potential investors' appetite to actually put in their money? Because we get a lot of visitors at the Secretariat. They want to put in money, but they always have one concern. And I'm not sure if the concern is shared, but it would be good to hear from you. What do you think has delayed the investors who actually have money? They want to put in common user facilities, just like Yana Oil, but they're waiting for the one thing to happen. What do you think that one thing is? Number two, what would you advise a financier with respect on what do they need to look for as a bare minimum, as opposed to making the borrowing very complex to an extent where an investor just gives up?
I would look into this matter into two fronts. Number one, is the lubricant segment, has it reached its optimum? And the answer is no. We are a growing industry. And if you look at it today, for the last 5 years, if you look at it, the focus that has been there in transport, for example, look at our port in Mombasa. How many vessels are docking in that port? What does it mean in terms of the demand for the lubricants? The transport segment all the way from the port to our neighboring countries. The demand is growing. For me, we are in an environment or in an industry that is closed. I would call it a closed loop, where only the people who are in the industry and who understand the business know the potential in the same business. To the potential investors who are not in the industry today, it's our work to demonstrate the value that's going to be derived from this business. Why? I look at the clamor today in the affordable housing and the potential that brings in terms of lubricants. You should know the amount of uptake of lubricants that has gone into support of this project, right from the manufacturers of the input. That's the cement, steel industry is now vibrant in Kenya. Look at the people who are doing quarries, and sector that nobody would imagine, but they need to be supported, and the market is there. So it's for us as the industry players to go out and put a case, not to the traditional investors in the industry, but the potential people who have not been involved in this industry. I like the concept about our financial, the bank, what they are talking about, giving them the proposal and showing them, demonstrating the value. And when Wanjiku, you speak about your members, it's a misconception that, and most of the people who are here would open up that lubricants is one of the most profitable business lines in the oil and gas industry. Not to diverge so much, but somebody, they would tell you that they make not less than 7 shillings per liter on profit. When you're selling lubricants, as opposed to selling and making 2 or 3 shillings when you're selling fuel to the stations. So it's a profitable business that, given the right focus, we can really grow and, of course, create jobs, revenue to the government. And as a concluding remark, probably there's something that was mentioned about self-regulation. When you leave an industry to self-regulate, it is very, very difficult. Why I'm saying this is that I've seen bodies like the API. If today you say that your product is approved by API, they do surveillance. They will pick products from the market. I've seen API pick products from the Kenyan market just to ascertain that if you are claiming that your product is approved by API, it meets that. However, I've not had a case where our regulator or the owner of the standards is doing surveillance and do they have a way of even telling that the product that we are saying meets this standard, meets it? So for me, we have a big gap when it comes to the regulation of the industry because we are losing a lot of money. And I would say maybe 98% of the players who are seated here are compliant. The problem is that our members of Piea have become compliant. However, we are also competing with other traders out there who do not care about standards. They want to make their money, and they even can close a business and open a new one every 2-3 years. So there's a big opportunity for us as industry players to enhance and also contribute to the regulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it will be the same question. No, take them out. Yeah, absolutely. Your parting shot and what it is that you're going to do differently as a financier to support the opportunity that is within this segment.
Okay. I think we're actually really making great strides now. The fact that we have dedicated teams that are just focused on this industry, that is why we're on your board as well, because the more information we have, the more we learn, the better we're able to support the industry, the better we're able to sit with our customers and understand how do we structure products that can help their businesses, maybe even come at their approach to managing their business differently. So what I'm looking forward to is discussions between us, conversations, open doors. Let's sit, let's reason together, let's figure out what is it that we can do that can make it easier for the businesses to thrive, for the entire value chain to grow, for us to support from the guy under the tree all the way to the corporate, the large corporate itself. Because for KCB, there is none that is too big or too small that we cannot work with. So I think the critical thing is to understand that we are very open. Our team is here. Let's have a conversation. Welcome to the rally over Easter weekend. Please don't forget, your products will be all over the place. So we do welcome you as the official finance sponsor for the rally. But I'm very excited about the opportunity that we could create together. And I look forward to talking to Oliver after this about his guy under the tree and why he doesn't think that we can support him rapidly.
Thank you very much indeed. So Oliver, we actually coming to you here. So Oliver, your party shot and your focus, please if you can just focus on technology and the slow uptake of technology and digitized applications for the oil industry. We always, our first question, which lasts a year to get through, is it safe?
Thank you. We cannot ignore what fintech can do to just revolutionize the industry, from creating access to financing, but also creating better access even in terms of data and analytics. I want to know that person under the tree, what is their buying pattern? How much do they need every week? And the only way we can be able to do this is leveraging technology. What I want to challenge KCB and other financial institutions is to look at the route to market or the route to the consumer of our product and what are the different pain points, because the pain points of a distributor are completely different than the pain point of a spare part shop, a retailer, a garage, a multi-franchise garage. So how do we address their different pain points? How do we work with partners using your technology, using their technology, developing innovation technology, using technology that is already existing in terms of mobile penetration, smartphone penetration, and internet to be able to create better access. And Wanjiku, if you can allow me, because I also handle LPG, and I know it's very, very emotive. 70% of our fellow countrymen and women in Kenya cannot have access to LPG. And I remember a conversation I had with a lady who was selling LPG in Babadogo. I went and asked her, why can't you do LPG business? She had an M-Pesa shop, she was doing grocery, and she gave me a sobering talk. She told me, for me to be able to just have 20 cylinder of LPG, I need between 70,000 to 100,000 shillings. If I was to get 70,000 to 100,000 shillings today, I'm better off putting it in green peas, putting it in M-Pesa, than putting it in LPG. And this is the reality most of the SME and small enterprises are going through. The initial capital of investment on some business, if you're talking about LPG, they need to invest in the cylinder, they need to invest in the metal before they can even think about how to rotate the molecule. So it's for the financial institution to come and look at this lady in Babadogo and see how do we make it more accessible for her to access 100,000 to invest in LPG and create better access to clean cooking for everyone. So it's not only having the metal, the cylinder in the market, but enabling the last person who is going to sell this product have access to finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to close, there was a question you asked at the beginning that what scares investors away from this business. And I'll give a personal example with my own bosses. There's a time back, some years, we imported a consignment of coolant into the country. And the KEBS decided to do some tests. And they decided to do a test called flashing point on coolant. For those of you who understand, you realize coolant cannot have a flashing point. But they tested and they didn't get what Mohamed Baraka was alluding to. And in their decision and regulation, they returned the consignment at a huge cost. Now, when I go to my seniors and my investors, even in my own company, they tell us the first challenge we face in investing in lubricants is you yourselves have not demystified this product. You've left this product to be a complex product, and the rest of the market doesn't understand it, starting from the border guy, the regulator, KRA, and the challenges Mohamed Barak was talking about, KRA giving some 10% duty and some not, is purely because even on their side, they've not understood the complexities or the simplicities of blending the lubricants. Now, provided on our side we have not demystified or figured out a way of educating people to understand and probably also work hard to standardize the lubricants, we'll get much less interest in people investing these huge amounts of money in this business. Because I'm sure on the fuel side, the bankers will allude and admit that they get a myriad of applicants of guys who want to build petrol stations. Because you have simplified a petrol station that even any other person who just thinks, okay, let me start a business, can go to a bank, ask for a loan and start a petrol station. But none of those same guys will come to the same bank with the same bravado and say, I want to start a lubricants plant or a lubricants brand. So the challenge for me would be we sit together, we start a lobby for ourselves, maybe through the normal authorities, demystify, standardize lubricants, and we are likely going to see a huge investment in this business. Thank you.
Very nice place to close. A round of applause. And indeed, we need to work harder to expand the training that we do, and we do that even with regulators. We are definitely going to work harder. And I think one of the ways to demystify for an investor is to have the licensing requirements. Because the first thing a regulator, an investor asks is, how do I get into the market? So the licensing regulations, where is our counterpart from EPRA? Has he left? So I won't even preach to you guys. Thank you very much. But we're going to tell them is to get the regulations out so that you know when I'm coming into the lubes market, what do I need? Then the banker, what are the measures that have been put in place to ensure that this investor actually invests, is protected from the conducive business environment, there are checks and balances. So regulation, regulation, regulation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause, please. Thank you so much. I think we are now coming to close to the end. Mungai, I need your help here because I would want us to skip the presentation on choosing the right coolant because we already did it in the morning with BSF. Yeah, so we can have the presentation by, I will start with the presentation from, sorry? Who? Okay. I was trying to get Ayuma to come after, or are we also done with the one after, so it's Ayuma? Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, just. Yeah, so if I could request, Ayuma, thank you, if we can get the round table first, because the presentations of the last two speakers are short, and I promise you it will be 10 minutes, so my panelists, please come. We have Joseph Ndungo, we have Clement, Josh, I know you've been sitting here waiting, and then we have Dr. Wakiru, is he still here? Then we have Nicodemus. Is this still here? Musao. This great. Please come. It's on an interesting one. Say emerging trends report in lubricants and coolants. Thank you very much. Please tell me Josh hasn't left. Josh will. He has. Oh yeah, because we ran out of time and I know he had another engagement. So, but come on over. Come on over. Come on over. It's on the emerging trends, so this should be quite interesting. And I think because you have both been here previously, none of you is going to do a sales pitch. We already had a Castro, BSF, you more than had your time to do your sales pitch. So we'll just delve right in. This is a very interesting subject matter on the emerging trends on lubricants and coolants, and we couldn't have gotten it better other than from yourselves. It's a shame that we lost Josh because we really ran out of time. But very quickly, what is it that is changing and changing so fast that industry really needs to start sprinting, not walking?
Thank you. Now, one of the things that that is really changing in the market and which the industry needs to react on is. One of the things that is changing very fast in the industry and in the industry, and we need to really react on, is you find the market in Kenya today because of the nature of our economy. You find that a lot of the new cars that are coming into the market really require very high-end products, very high-end synthetic products. Most of which we are not able to blend locally, and we go to import. But then you look at the mass market in Kenya, still because of the economy, requires products which are affordable. And so you find, like, for example, in the last few months, you find that as the dollar rate has been going up, as the basal prices have been going up, you find that there is a void that is developing at the middle, and that is the advantage that the unscrupulous traders are taking advantage of. So you find they are the lower end cadre who require a product that is affordable, and then we have the demand for very high level sophisticated products. And so you find there is a void at the very middle, and which really is becoming a problem. And that is why you find the unscrupulous traders are taking advantage and bringing this kind of crazy products, which Baraka explicitly talked about. So it's something that the industry needs to think about. How do we close that void and ensure that these people are not taking advantage of the low knowledge of the customers and the poverty of the customers, let's call it, and bringing this kind of product. So for me, that is a challenge in the industry.
Wow, very interesting dynamic. So having a customer able to buy what they can with the size of their wallet, as we've done with LPG with innovation. So we are joined by Clement. Hi, Clement. Not audible, if we can, yeah. So Clement is from the Major Energies Marketers Association of Nigeria, Piea. We collaborate with different associations across the globe, and it's such a joy to have Meman from Africa. Is he audible now? Try again, Clement. It's you who needs
Okay, do you hear me now?
Loud and clear. Hello, how are you today?
It's great to see you. It's been interesting listening to you.
Oh, great, and fantastic that now we can attend meetings online. We don't have to travel, saves costs, so government can also take the same cue, prudent usage of funds. Could you please share with us, as an industry association, secretariat, well, lookalike, not lookalike, well, compatriot, what is it that has changed? What is it that has changed or is changing very quickly, or you've observed as a trend within your membership with respect to the subject matter that requires our attention, and what kind of attention?
Thank you very much. Listening to your panelists before and the immediate past speaker, I would say that we are seeing similar trends here in Nigeria, in West Africa. I think the common saying is that the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Others say that the middle class is disappearing. So we see that somewhat reflecting in the market. Those who go for or who need premium brands, premium products, the market is actually growing for them. The market is holding steady, it's inching up. People who need quality lubricants for their equipment, for their cars, they do not hesitate. What you might get is that they may extend the change period beyond what is recommended, which is not too good, but they do not compromise. They buy quality premium lubricants. And then those that buy cheap lubricants, I think they are more at risk because quite a number of adulteration takes place at that level. Quite a bit of counterfeiting takes place at that level. And we also suffer here from imports from Asia, from the Middle East, of lubricants that we really do not have much information on their origins or on their quality. I would just say it looks as if here we are a little bit further on the curve with engaging with the regulatory authorities. We have the SUN in Nigeria, which is sets the standards, Standards Organization of Nigeria. We have the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, which is like your own authority there. And then here we also have, we're not the police, but a civil Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corporation. So because it impacts our business and because we are the ones who do the market analysis, market survey, we pretty much know where the counterfeiting is taking place. We work with the authorities. We work hand in hand with them and point out where the counterfeiting is going on. And together we do our best to stamp out this counterfeiting, which is impacting our business and impacting those who are the society as a whole. So yes, we have the same trends here of the market for premiums maintaining somewhat their quality, their market share, in fact, indeed growing. And then in the middle, it is where the counterfeiters also try to play. Similar. Thank you.
Thank you, Clement. And just as you're still on, am I audible? Yeah, still on call. You just rebranded not too long ago. Obviously, that's also a trend. You're now energies, just to capture the entire spectrum, I would imagine. But could you tell us a little bit about the application of lubricants and coolants, especially if there's a trend with respect to the mining of oil and gas in Nigeria? Has anything changed in terms of consumption because of the transition conversation, or are we seeing a continued demand of lubricants and coolants?
Okay, so basically, I would say that if we're talking about economic sectors that heavily consume lubricants, the automotive sector, pretty much like in East Africa, we have a split between those who buy brand new vehicles and then those who bring in vehicles that are used vehicles. But electric vehicles are not yet very common here. There is an attempt to move towards CNG, but that also is not very common. So we are still with hydrocarbons, especially diesel and petrol vehicles. And the population is growing. The population of vehicles is growing. It's not going down, despite the economic challenges like we have pretty much around the world and in Africa. And despite the like you, we are suffering from exchange rate challenges. So despite the increasing exchange rate, and then we have power generation. We have quite a number of well, as a power generation, of course, we have lots of, because the power supply from the grid is not too steady. We have lots of generators, and so there are lots of diesel engine oils or petrol engine oils or petrol generators in use. We have lots of cement plants. So in manufacturing, in the industrial space, there is a consumption, and then in the mining and construction space, we have a government that is relatively new. So it's trying to up construction of roads and of infrastructure. And so there's a lot of activity, a lot of spending going on in that area, creating a lot of opportunities for heavy duty equipment and the lubrication that goes with it. In terms of the energy transition, like I said, we don't have too many electric vehicles. And I would say that even electric vehicles need lubricants. It may not be the same type of lubricants for the engine, but wherever you have mobility, wherever we have moving parts, lubricants remain necessary. And other fluids, like brake fluids, transmission fluids, and greases, they shall continue to be necessary. Thank you.
Very stable. Thank you very much. So please stay on call, don't go anywhere. So Joseph, you're sitting in a very interesting position right now. Well, as always. So you're a manufacturer, as it were. So are you responding, or are you creating and then you push into the market?
Yeah, so basically we respond very well to the new trends that are there, especially when you look at e-mobility. The way we do it is that we work very closely with the OEMs, the original equipment manufacturers. So wherever they have a new requirement, whenever they want a new product developed, we work very closely with them. And some of these collaborations are actually very, very expensive. And this leads to what we call OEM approvals. For example, if you look at
just a typical coolant. If you want a coolant to be approved by the OEMs, officially approved by the OEMs, and they use it in the fast fill for their vehicles, it may take you about 3 years, yeah, from product development, product testing, lab testing, and field testing, yeah, before the OEMs actually approve your product as a fast fill. And what we see, the trend we see is that the requirements by OEMs are becoming more stringent by the day, yeah, more stringent and more expensive for the, let's say, for the coolant manufacturers. And I know it's the same thing for the engine oil manufacturers. So it's just about finding a balance between what the OEMs want and what you think potentially you can invest in terms of developing a product that meets their requirements. But their requirements are becoming more stringent day by day. It's becoming more expensive for the manufacturers. An example is, I said a coolant, just one grade of coolant will take 3 years, but the cost would be about 3 million euros just to get an official OEM approval from these manufacturers. Yeah.
So you really have to be well invested.
Yes, yes, yes.
As a way to increase manufacturing and reduce the imports that come from outside Africa, which denies the much needed employment and also reduces our opportunity to make, retain, and also to export to other jurisdictions, and even just across Africa. I'm hoping that there's a lag. Clement, I need to repeat my question.
Please repeat, I didn't hear it.
I'm sorry about that. No, I was asking in your, this will be part of your parting shot or parting statement. What do you see as opportunity for Africa in this sector with respect to meeting the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly with respect to decent work? And also, how can the various economic blocs take advantage of that, can I say, partnership to increase not just the local manufacturing, but to decrease what comes from other jurisdictions, which denies, Africa the revenue and also denies the employment opportunities that come from the local manufacturing component, particularly of the lubricants and the coolants that we're talking about.
Okay, if I understand your question, I would say that the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is absolutely the way to go. I think that having regional setups was a useful start, but we have stayed there for too long, and we need to focus on what more we can do. I think your country, Kenya, is leading the rest of Africa in this, in the way it has brought down entry barriers. We can all learn a lesson from that, that it can only be good for the goods and services can move and create opportunities for all of us. So I think it's absolutely the way to go. The suspicions that we have are something that we need to move beyond. There's really nothing that happens here that doesn't happen in Europe or in Asia, or when we talk about the US and Canada. We need to focus on the opportunities that are open to us if we can eliminate crime, eliminate fraud, and focus on growing economic activities and selling to ourselves as a market. I hope I have answered your question.
You have, absolutely. Thank you very much indeed. Absolutely, absolutely. So now pass it on to whoever wants to go first for your parting shot and what it is that you would actually want us to take advantage of in terms of the positioning of not just the country but the bloc and the positioning of Africa in increasing manufacturing and the trend that's coming with it to solve our deficits, be they trade or deficits in employment.
I think for me, my parting shot would be that and one of the things that is happening now and probably slowly in Africa but will come to be in the coming days, as you said, is like, for example, we have the EV technology. I know that it's going to take long before we have electric vehicles which are sufficient in this area, but obviously it presents a threat in the future in terms of the quantity of lubricants that will be sold. The other thing is also that there is a lot of concentration in terms of protection of the environment, and you can see that much as there is development of lubricants which are meeting the expectations in terms of protection of environment, you can see there is movement of energy because fossil fuel energy, electricity is becoming very expensive. So you can see that we have drive into wind energy, drive into solar energy and whatnot. And you will actually see that if you remember in our old days, you remember most of the power plants used to be diesel powered, they used to be furnace oil powered, and you can see that they are actually going away. And there used to be very high consumption of lubricants. So now the consumption of lubricants in such sectors have gone down. So we need as a sector to reinvent ourselves and see how are we able to harness, how are we able to transfer, to look at that loss that is there in terms of that opportunity and look at newer opportunities that we can be able to exploit in order that we can still be able to retain our business as it is today.
Yeah, so for me, my parting shot is we need to see more intra-African trade. Yeah, I don't know if it makes sense for us to have several lubricants blending plant in East Africa. What if we had them concentrated in one country, or one country was supported to supply the whole region? We'd have economies of scale. So we need to see a lot of that. There's a lot of frustration when you want to export lubricants or whatever it is from one East African country to another. It's easier to bring it from outside the region than it is to trade within partners. So my parting shot would be, let's see more of that. Secondly, I think we need to embrace digitalization more. We can leverage digitalization to create awareness about our products so that where we have the issues of counterfeits, issues of low quality products, now when we empower customers, when we give them a lot of knowledge, and many people now have smartphones, everyone is Googling. So when we empower them with the necessary information, they'll always make the correct decision, and in most cases it will favor people who are selling quality products. And thirdly, I think we need to see how to work with regulatory authorities. They involve us in coming up with different standards for the industry, but when it comes to implementation, we are not featured anywhere, right? So we need to find clever ways of working with the regulatory authorities to somehow have a say in implementations of standards. Yep.
So a round of applause really to the gentleman. Thank you very much, Clement, for your contribution. I hope that you'll stay on call to listen to the rest of the session. Thank you very much. And we can now move into the presentation from Bureau Veritas. Christophe, I think? Yes, please come. This is the second last one. So 10 minutes, and guys, I can see the energy levels are getting lower and lower. Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very proud to attend that event, which is the first one of its kind, so I really appreciate. And thanks for Piea for hosting us. My name is Christophe Perrault. I'm the head of Bureau Veritas Fuels Division. And I'm also the global lead for Fuel Security Program. So Fuel Security Program, I heard this morning very interesting stories about fake coolants, smuggling, adulteration, counterfeiting, used or recycled oil. I'm pretty sure that within our solutions, we may be able to help here. So we would be very happy to step in the working groups to maybe share ideas we may have on this particular topic. So I was actually allocated 10 minutes slot to talk about quality assurance, best practices. Well, I think the layout is not so good, but anyway, let's make it happen. So quality assurance, best practices, and laboratory testing technologies for the lubricant industry. This is a very wide, extensive topic, so I know we are running out of time, so I would go straight to the point. I don't want to go into too technical discussions because we have very limited time. Huh? So, go to the next one. All right, so what are quality assurance and best practices made for in testing laboratories? So basically the obvious reason or answer is that it is basically key to issue accurate and reliable testing results. What I think is testing should be really onboarding into lube oil sales and supply chain processes as a key market differentiator. It's basically how you manage to make sure that you cope with the regulatory specification and the commercial specifications. So you need testing to make sure that you cope with those requirements. So we, as BV, we actually operate in our fuels division around 150 laboratories specialized in oil testing and lubricants. The red spots in the map here being for oil condition monitoring. But basically, getting testing results that we can rely on is not only a concern for BV, of course. It should be a concern for all of us, blending plants, oil marketing companies, and so forth. So in the next slide, I actually came with 8 recommendations or 8 bullet points to show what are the rules that are governing our laboratories and how we make sure that we operate our lab in a good manner. So the first one is accreditation and compliance. So it is about ensuring that the lab is accredited according to an international standard like 17025 by an international accreditation body. So the compliance with international standards ensures that the laboratory follows recognized procedures and maintains high quality standards within the laboratory management. So it's all about how you basically manage the laboratory overall. The point number 2 is calibration and maintenance of the equipment. So regular calibration and maintenance of testing equipment are really key. Calibration should be performed according to established standards and properly documented. We saw sometimes when we do audits that we don't have the proper documentation going with the calibration and maintenance activities. Point number 3 is about staff. We may think that in those times of artificial intelligence, that the lab technicians sitting next to the benches are gone. But we are not yet there. We still need good people who are fully trained, who have the knowledge of the industry, who understand what they are doing. We still need them very badly, I would say. And this goes with training, proficiency training programs, and so forth. Point number 4 is documentation, documented procedures. So this is basically every standard operating procedures that goes with the standard testing methods that we actually implement into the lab and we test against. Number 5 are the quality control checks. So implementing robust quality control measures at various stages of testing to monitor the accuracy and precision of results. So that's about it. It includes using control samples, performing duplicate tests, and monitoring instrument performance. Number 6 is sample handling and storage. Proper sample handling and storage are critical to prevent contamination and deterioration of the samples that we test. Samples should be properly labeled, stored under appropriate conditions, and handled again by trained staff. Next one is data management and traceability. This one is really key, how you trace the results that you actually issue. So maintaining a comprehensive system for data management and traceability to ensure the integrity of test results. So that's about it. All data should be properly recorded, archived, and traceable to the specific sample and testing process. The next one is internal audit and review. Of course, there needs to be people who are checking whether we follow the rules and the management governance of the lab. And the last one is, this is very important, this is proficiency testing program, the so-called round-robin testing. So basically we share samples amongst a number of laboratories and we monitor our performance for a particular sample. This is really useful for a lab to have. So these are the bullet points I wanted to highlight. Then I just wanted to end with the technology itself, how the technology in testing laboratories evolved over the last years. So basically the first thing is equipment is getting smaller and smaller, meaning that we need less space for the same amount of, for the same equipment on the bench. So this allows for more equipment for the same amount of space. The new technology for the same parameter allows for reduced detection limits. So that's very key. If you see for fuels, for instance, in many countries we went down to 10 ppm sulfur content. So that's applicable for the north of Africa, for instance, Morocco. So the technology had to evolve to reach that target. It will come in Kenya at some stage. So we need to get prepared, meaning that the equipment that we have in the labs need to evolve as well. We go down to ppb level for certain test analysis, and the equipment we have to cope with that detection limit. Manual testing is usually being replaced by automated operating modes. That's a trend that we actually see in our labs. The mini technologies allow for the development of portable device, enabling quick analysis and small sample volumes, and reduce reagent consumption. And the last one is the data management and data analytics moved to LIMS and data analytics software, cloud-based platform, and artificial intelligence is now stepping in for, especially in the oil condition monitoring world. We embedded artificial intelligence to help us interpret the results that we get from the samples. So this is that's the very nice move for testing. So that's pretty much it. And the last thing I wanted to say is that as far as technology in the labs evolve, but the technology goes with the market evolution. So if you look at what happened with fuels and the biofuels being added to standard fuels in many locations, we start to see that in fuels in many locations in Africa, South Africa, I can see Uganda, I can see Ivory Coast, there are pilot projects. I'm pretty sure that with lubricants and the lubricant industry will also at what stage move to that type of new area where biocomponents will be added into additives. We'll get some bio-sourced base oils. That will happen as well. So, meaning that the equipment that we have in the labs will have to cope with the new requirements and the new parameters that we will test. I think I landed. Thank you for attention. I hope I achieved the target, 10 minutes. Thank you.
He deserves another round of applause. I know we are really way past time and I can see it in all our faces. So I won't take much time. I'll be as brief as Mr. Pero has. And I really like the interesting emerging issues that you already have in your mind with regard to the changing standards within the region, more so on the 10 ppm fuel, sulfur content in our fuel. We're actually discussing the same in the KEB standard. It's just awaiting harmonization in the East African region. I know Bureau Veritas will be already ready to just undertake testing. We already, a majority of us already importing 10 ppm as opposed to 50 ppm sulfur content. So now that you've been testing, not just within Kenya, but within the region, we look forward to partnering with yourselves. We already also have biofuel standards. So I'm sure bio components in base oils will be something that is coming in, even as we transition to greener energy. I hope my presentation is up now. Mine is really on the safe waste oil disposal initiative, which has been mentioned severally since morning. So I won't belabor much on it, particularly bearing in mind that a majority of you within this meeting are already, if not part of the founders of this initiative, you're already participants and flag bearers of the SWORD, which is the Safe Waste Oil Initiative. So the presentation will start with just the requirements and genesis, then we'll move on to accountability, the experience challenges, way forward, and then awareness programs and market surveillance. So what you see on the screen is drums, which we have at our members' service stations and where waste oil is produced, more so service stations. As you can see, they are well labeled waste oil. They have the logos of the relevant players. But this was not the case. When we started this journey, it was in 2012, and that was before there were any hazardous waste regulations. And a lot of the members being people who want to be self-compliant and in the spirit of self-regulation were collecting their own waste oil through their own initiative. We then brought in industry solutions between the year 2013 and 2015. We had major players we were collaborating with that were licensed by NEMA. Again, there were some teething problems which led us to where we are right now, which is our collaboration with GeoCycle. GeoCycle, as has been mentioned, are part of the Bamburi Cement. And one of the things we do, even as we wait for some of the regulations that you've heard us asking when they'll be gazetted, is to ensure that as industry, any waste oil that we produce is collected appropriately and using the local not just the local regulatory requirements, but also internationally recognized standards. How we do this, we have the Petroleum Sector Safety and Environment Committee, which is a technical committee, and the petroleum industry. We meet monthly, and we usually hold ourselves accountable in collaboration with the NEMA licensed collector, that is GeoCycle, who give us a report of how much is collected. We try as much as possible to have targets which are in line with what is the lubricants being sold in the market. One of the key things that we have found is that it has led us to be ahead of some of the regulations that have come up, such as the Sustainable Waste Management Act 2021, which have come with extended producer regulations. We are very happy about this act because it will ensure at least that not just Piea members or not just industry players can match what they're producing to what is collected, but the entire process, the entire market and value chain will be capable to collect hazardous product and dispose them well. We have talked a lot about the challenges a majority of the speakers before have, so I won't go into depth about this, but as you can see, one of the biggest challenges is that we have had good progress within industry. However, a majority of lubricant producers are not part of the Safe Waste Oil Disposal Initiative. This includes drivers, the transporters, the retail network has the distributors, spare shop factories for on-use transporters. I mean, some of the slides that Mr. Baraka shared with the Kajanja, I'm sure are coming from the waste oil that is collected from vehicles and just transformed again, reused wrongfully into the machinery. So again, this is because there's a demand for that waste oil because of the gaps in enforcement. And then we've also had situations where NEMA has approved used oil handling, recycling and storage plants. Again, this leads to unscrupulous traders using waste oil and passing it off as genuine lubricant, yet we all know we cannot make genuine quality lubricants with recycled oil. We do not have the technology to do so. Then again, there's the need of harmonization of the relevant regulations and laws. And again, we have talked through the different presentations on the way forward, obviously to encourage more players to join the safe waste oil disposal. Again, sensitization, we love what BSF already spoke about, what they have been doing in terms of educating and sensitizing the general public, even Baraka himself, on what perhaps a quality coolant and what colored water is and what they should look out for when buying greases and other lubricants. Again, enforcement of proper oil disposal, and that is going to come about through legislation and regulation. And then targeting more waste oil producers to join the program, the commissioning of approved used oil recycling plants. These are conversations we've consistently been having with NEMA. Then harmonization of the standards. So again, awareness, I won't go much into it because the Lubricant Task Force Committee member, BSF, have talked a lot about it. The thing we have noticed is that it's not sufficient. I think we can all agree one of the speakers talked about demystifying lubricants and demystifying and standardizing the information we have on lubricants. So there's still a lot to be done, and I think it's our call to action for each and every one of us moving on from this meeting in terms of what is my role as a producer, as a financier, as a regulator, as an investor, as a testing body, to ensure that we have quality products and that we are part of increasing the lubricant segment market. So I will just go to the light slide, which is on market surveillance. We have what is done for both imported and locally manufactured goods and random sampling, testing of lubricants, investigation complaints, participation in fighting illicit trade with other stakeholders. Then we have the role of KEBS. And I think Baraka spoke, the Lubricants Task Force Chair spoke on the challenges we've experienced. And even Dr. Kumu said he's willing to support us through KEBS. But one of the challenges really is testing, which we've also heard from Bureau Veritas they can plug in. Instead of having pre-shipment, inspection to actually test what is getting into the shelves and to ensure that we have products which are meeting the relevant standards. Mr. Baraka likes to say, what is the use of having standards if they are not implemented? So that is a good call to action to all of us. Just one of the key things that Wanjiko said is like, let's stop talking to ourselves in our little silos. Let's all talk together as we have today so that all the different challenges that we are facing can be solved together. And we look forward to having other platforms such as this just to check where we are on the roadmap and action points that we have put today. I will just quickly summarize them, one of which I've already spoken about, which is on the demystification and standardizing of the lubricant segment. The challenge we've had is, as someone has rightfully said, it's easy for a petrol station or a service station owner to go to a bank and ask for finance for a service station. But when it comes to lubricants, it's still not as open as clear. We've had the same challenge even as we seek for fiscal changes and regulations with the duty remission scheme. Even part of the duty remission scheme committee are not aware how lubricants need to be blended or manufactured, which standards, which certifications, quality, the process. So again, this opens up opportunities for counterfeit trade. And one of the key things we'll do is just to exploit all the proposals that have been tabled here with the relevant government stakeholders and even with ourselves, within ourselves, to ensure that there is sufficient training. Tomorrow we actually have a lubricants training. I hope most of you have looked at that and plan to participate. But not just training in terms of what we offer in the school, but training in terms of what do we mean when we ask for import duty to be reduced to zero? What do we mean when we say these products on the market are not meeting the specifications? Just having the right tests being done by the relevant bodies to ensure we are all reading from the same page. Then again, we look forward to having collaborations with the regulators on monitoring and enforcement, more so with EPRA, as soon as the lubricant regulations are licensed, which we hope will be soon, seeing as we were informed they are under the aegis awaiting gazettement. And then we look forward to collaborating even with the investors, the financiers who can support this segment in terms of building more plants and across the value chain, all through to the retailers and the SMEs. So I don't know, I feel like I never gave an opportunity for any Q&A, or if there's anyone who wants to say something as a wrap-up before we break for lunch. But other than that, I really want to thank you all for your time. It has been quite a long and intense day. I can see it in your faces. And we are 3 p.m. Sharp. I'm sure most of you are hungry. We have something prepared for you. My colleague will talk about that. But before we go, just to see if there are any questions by a show of hands or any comments, anything that I may have left out from the wrap-up. If you haven't spoken today, this is your chance. Or you're too hungry. All right, then. I really sincerely appreciate your time. I know you took your emails and noted your emails in the signing in sheet. We will send all the presentations and the wrap-up within the course of this week of this session. We look forward to collaborating with all of you and even joining the Lubricants Task Force, particularly for those who don't take part. We hope that you will be now an active participant. So over to you, Mungai. Thank you.
Let us give a round of applause, please. So for this time, we'd like to say thank you so much for coming on board for this first edition of the Lubricant Summit. It all started as an idea in the office, and so far so good. We can say the attendance was really good in terms of the brand presence, different companies participating, and even networking purposes. So I'm the training coordinator for the School of Petroleum Studies, which is a subsidiary of Piea. And basically tomorrow we'll be having a training workshop. The training workshop, as you can see, will be touching on different elements. For the training workshop will start at 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., but we'll be having breaks in between. However, it is chargeable. The training workshop is at 30,000 Kenya shillings per person plus VAT. So if your company is a member of Piea, you can register as you exit, as you take your meal vouchers. Just register and say which company you belong to and email so that we can be able to enlist you as one of the training workshop. If your company is not a member, just indicate that you want to attend the training, and then we'll be able to send you the details how you'll make the payment for the training, and then you'll be able to attend the tomorrow's training. So I think that's it. And also we'll also have a visit to a facility tomorrow, but that one will be only for the trainees who have registered for the training workshop. With those few remarks, I'd like you to go to, and maybe just for, I'm seeing there are different companies, there services, different companies on board. I'd like just to say that this is a first edition. We hope that next year we can be able to bring more companies on board in terms of sponsorship, participation, and collaboration. And even the panelists, and maybe have a longer event whereby it will be 3 days instead of 1 day. So thank you all. Take the meal vouchers, exit, and have a good afternoon. And don't leave anything behind. Just take your bags as you go for lunch. Thank you.
Just like the lion's powerful roar opens up new territories, in 2023, KCB continued to open up infrastructure and economic doors of markets from the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean. We're the market leader in trade finance, facilitating trade for businesses across the region. Our pride continues to grow, building bridges internationally with it. EMB KCB acquisition in 2022. By repositioning our investment offering, we are opening up bespoke products for our esteemed